Chronicles of the Multiverse, Darwin Incident, Stellar Alliance, Warhammer 40k, All Tomorrows. The Courtyard once had 2 chickens, Resident Evil, Sea Tiger, Junji Ito Story Collection. Chen awakens the Multiverse Projection System, releasing videos that can be forcibly projected across countless realms, rewarding him based on audience reactions. Through this system, Chen discovers that the human race in the multiverse is largely suffering. Some are enslaved by alien species, others kneel before deities seeking protection, and some even debate the culinary merits of human flesh. Observing a gorilla named Charlie calmly questioning, why can humans not be consumed when everyone else eats chicken and beef? Chen scoffs at the naivety of these unsophisticated natives. Since they disdain humanity, he intends to deliver a small shock of the 4th cataclysm. Chen swiftly creates a video series titled Human Civilization Camp, the 9 Grid, broadcasting it to the multiverse. Episode 1. Absolute Exclusion, the Human Federation. In response to the desire of aliens to consume humans, the Human Federation has only one answer: earth-shattering destruction. The Titanic machines activate, blue light sweeps across, and the planet is instantly transformed into a silent pit. Chen remarks, in the Human Federation's menu, aliens are relegated to 2 categories, canned goods or scrap. The alien factions tremble, no longer daring to mention cannibalism. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Sky. The sole omniscient being Blue Star, a parallel world. In the dead of night within his rented room, only the monitor emits an eerie blue light. It is utterly absurd. Instead of conquering the vast cosmos or celebrating grand narratives, one wallows in a so-called human and nature quagmire for self-reflection. Chen gazes at the comic snippet titled Darwin Incident on his computer screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the image, a half-human, half-gorilla hybrid named Charlie innocently asks the lens, why is it permissible to kill and consume humans while we eat chicken, pork, and beef? This anti-human rhetoric resonates with a group of sanctimonious individuals online, with some even proclaiming humanity as the cancer of Earth. As a seasoned hardcore sci-fi content creator and a staunch human supremacist, Chen feels a wave of visceral nausea. In the realm of the Human Federation, such a mutant would have long been made into a specimen. Chen shakes his head, preparing to open his video editing software to vehemently criticize this perverse trend. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly erupts in his mind. Ding! Strong racial identity detected. The Multiverse Projection System has been activated. Hostbound. Chen. This system can forcibly project the host's created videos to all realms of the multiverse. Current authority. Omniscient. The host can observe the reactions of the multiverse in real time and receive rewards based on audience emotional feedback. Chen's hand pauses over the mouse. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, quickly transforming into elation. Multiverse projection? Forcibly broadcasting? He immediately closes his eyes, connecting his consciousness to the system. In an instant, images from countless worlds unfold in his mind like a surveillance wall. He sees in the world of Attack on Titan, humans are devoured by giants like livestock, trembling within their walls, with some advocating for the peace of paradise. In the world of One Piece, ordinary humans are treated as slaves by celestial dragons, regarded as inferior by fishmen. In the underbelly of Warhammer 40k, countless mortals pray in despair, unaware that the deities they worship have long decayed or are demons that devour souls. Even in certain immortal cultivation worlds, mortals are viewed as mere fodder, sacrificed at the whim of monsters. It is tragic, exceedingly tragic. Chen opens his eyes, his gaze sharpening like a blade. The human race across the multiverse is in such dire straits. Not only are they oppressed by alien species, but some, like the fools in Darwin Incident, engage in self-loathing, believing humanity is guilty. System mission released. As the sole human mentor across the multiverse, please correct the erroneous thoughts of humanity and restore their glory. Newbie reward. Mandatory pop-up authority across all realms. X1. Chen takes a deep breath, observing the incessantly chattering gorilla Charlie on the screen. A bold and audacious plan forms in his mind. To make those who have knelt for too long stand up, mere logic will not suffice. They must first feel disgust, then anger, and experience a surge of blood pressure. Only by inciting their fury to the utmost, and then showing them the thunderous methods of the Human Federation, will it achieve an explosive effect. Since he is to be a mentor, he shall give them a lesson titled Darwin. Chen smirks, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Rather than showing the Human Federation's fleet directly, he compiles the most hypocritical, anti-human, and nauseating segments from Darwin Incident. Scenes of animal rights organizations slaughtering humans to save monkeys. Charlie the gorilla, relishing human civilization while despising humanity. Half an hour later, the video is rendered. Chen types a title that would make even the gods of the multiverse furrow their brows. The fall of human civilization, beginning with a gorilla being elevated to a deity. He hits publish. With the press of the enter key, an imperceptible quantum ripple instantly sweeps across the multiverse. At the same time, across the multiverse, the sky rips apart and the winds change. A gigantic light screen, defying the laws of physics and magical barriers, abruptly stretches across the skies of all realms. In the world of One Piece, Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, reviewing documents, suddenly looks up, nearly losing his glasses. What is this? Whitebeard's ability, or a new weapon from the Revolutionary Army? Below, countless Navy soldiers point fearfully at the sky. Admiral, that screen, it has words. In the world of Naruto, Konoha Village, Naruto drops his chopsticks as he eats at Ichiraku Ramen. So big. What a massive television. Kakashi-sensei, is this a new jutsu? Kakashi, with his mask on, rapidly activates his Sharingan, but finds he cannot penetrate the screen's veil. Chakra cannot decipher. This is not a power of the ninja world. In the world of Warhammer 40k, Holy Terra, a deafening alarm resonates through the palace. The golden armored guards clash in the dim light, their spears pointed at the void. The highest lords of the tribunal watch the celestial phenomenon with grim expressions. A warp storm? Or a sinister plot? Whoever dares to project an image above Holy Terra is blaspheming the Emperor. On Mars, the electronic eye of the Mechanicus General flickers with red light, unable to shield. Unable to interfere, its technological underpinning. Unknown. Omniscia. Could this be a holy relic from the dark age of technology? In the world of the Stellar Alliance. Tianjin 4-star system, Unity Star. Here, magic does not exist. Only cold steel and order prevail. In the office of the Grand Marshal, the current head of the Human Federation, Sidney Baclay stands with arms crossed, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window at the layer of light covering the entire star system. Even she, who commands thousands of invincible fleets, finds her brow tightly furrowed. Commander, our air defense systems are unresponsive. That image, it is being directly projected onto the retina and cognitive level. The aide's voice trembles slightly. Sidney remains silent. Her gaze fixed on the title appearing on the screen, The Fall of Human Civilization, beginning with a gorilla being elevated to a deity. Fall. The leader of the Human Federation, who has purged countless alien civilizations with iron-fisted methods, sees a dangerous glint flash in her eyes. I am curious to see which compatriots from this world are so feeble that they would elevate an ape to the status of a deity, if this is indeed true. Her fingers, resting on the gun at her waist, turned pale. Such humanity is nothing short of a disgrace to our race. Amidst the bewildered, fearful, and curious gazes of beings from myriad realms, the video crafted by Chen commenced. There was no grand introduction, nor any stirring music. The scene shifted to an edifice that appeared peaceful, imbued with a sense of modern technological advancement. This was the Biological Research Institute from the world of the Darwin Incident. Shortly thereafter, a group of masked individuals armed with submachine guns stormed inside. They shouted slogans, not for robbery, nor for vengeance. Chen's voice, laced with a hint of mockery and indifference, reverberated through the skies, clear in every ear. In many worlds, humanity is the spirit of all beings. Yet in some grotesque worlds, some believe the life of a monkey is more precious than that of a human. Chapter 2. To save a monkey. They slaughtered a multitude. The imagery above began to shake violently. It was a first-person surveillance video, the quality crude yet exuding of visceral reality. The LA Animal Liberation Alliance attack incident. A group of fully armed, masked assailants burst into the research institute. Though they wielded firearms, their movements resembled those of fervent devotees rather than trained soldiers. For the freedom of animals, one terrorist shouted, indiscriminately spraying bullets. The gunfire was not directed at any armed security, but rather at several researchers clad in lab coats, defenseless, as well as the security guard at the entrance, trembling with fear and clutching a taser. Blood splattered, staining the pristine walls of the laboratory. In an instant, the institute transformed into a slaughterhouse. After committing the heinous act, The mob cautiously opened a massive incubation chamber, gazing at the pregnant female gorilla with a reverence akin to that of seeing the Virgin Mary. Do not fear. We have come to save you. You are free, and so is your child. The terrorists tenderly embraced the gorilla, stepping over the warm corpses of humans as if treading on mere weeds by the roadside. Lu Chen's cold voice echoed at the opportune moment. Do you see clearly now? These individuals killed diligent security personnel, scholars who advanced scientific progress, even demolishing the entire building. Their hands are stained with blood. Yet they proclaim themselves as agents of justice, and all this madness was merely to rescue a pregnant female monkey. In certain grotesque worlds, human lives are worth less than grass, while the life of a beast outweighs that of a mountain. This is not compassion, this is anti-humanity. In the Warhammer 40K universe, the Inquisition's black ship, heresy. This is sheer heresy. A battle sister clad in power armor drew her chainsword in fury, its roar echoing as she bellowed into the void. To slay brethren for the sake of abominations? Have these people been corrupted by chaos? What are the humans of that world doing? Why do they not burn these traitors along with that monkey? In the shadows, a judge's face darkened as he nearly crushed the quill in his grasp. This ideology is more perilous than gene stealers. It undermines the sanctity of humanity. If I were to discover the coordinates of this world, I would unhesitatingly issue an extermination order. In the Super God Academy universe, Demon No. 1. Morgana sat upon her throne, swirling a goblet of red wine, her long legs crossed as she gazed at the screen above. A laugh of exaggerated amusement escaping her lips. Ha ha, how amusing. What are these earthlings thinking? Are they insane? Addo, look at that one cradling the gorilla. She pointed at the terrorist. While I advocate for decadence and freedom, I have never heard of anyone slaughtering their own kind to save a monkey. This is beyond decadence. It is a sign of a missing brainstem. Beside her, the towering sword demon Addo spoke solemnly. My queen, in many primitive civilizations, this kind of self-righteousness is common. They seek to satisfy their moral superiority by protecting weaker beings, even at the expense of their own kind. TSK, 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 hypocrites. Morgana sipped her wine, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Yet Carl's twisted experiments are pure. Those fools who kill for a monkey are not even worthy to be my demon warriors. In the angel nebula, Melos celestial court, the divine Kesha reclined with one leg crossed over the other, her exquisite visage revealing no emotion. Only a faint glimmer of mockery in her gaze. Yen, what is your perspective? Angel Yen stood nearby, brow furrowed. This contradicts the order of justice. While life is precious, the logic of these individuals is chaotic. They deny the value of their own race in favor of a lower being. This is a sign of civilization's regression. Indeed, Kesha remarked, her voice ethereal yet authoritative. A civilization that does not love its own kin is destined for a short existence. Such a civilization requires no angelic judgment. It will self-destruct. In the Rick and Morty universe, c. 137. In the garage laboratory, Rick Sanchez was fine-tuning an exceedingly complex quantum device with a screwdriver in hand. Without lifting his gaze, he glanced at the monitor playing above and let out a belch rich with the scent of alcohol. Ugh, another tedious ethical drama. Rick, look, Morty shouted, pointing at the screen with wide eyes filled with terror. Have they gone mad? They killed so many for that gorilla. Don't overreact, Morty, Rick waved dismissively, his breath reeking of liquor. This is all too common in the multiverse. I've seen one universe where pizzas are made of humans, and humans are the pizzas. I've seen another where humans worship hamsters as gods, sacrificing their infants daily. Rick paused his work, took a swig from the liquor bottle, and gave the screen the middle finger. This is why I detest these so-called animal rights activists. Their cerebral cortex might be smoother than that of the monkey. Listen here, Morty. There is no morality in the universe, only probability and survival. These idiots think they are redeeming souls. In reality, they are merely contributing to the entropy of that universe. It's utterly boring. If it were up to me, I would modify that gorilla to be nuclear-powered and have it trample all those fools. Now that would be entertainment. In the starry realm, Tianjin 4-star system, Unity Star, within the Grand Marshal's office, the air felt almost suffocating. Chancellor Sydney watched the close-up of the terrorist tenderly cradling the gorilla on the screen, the chill in her eyes nearly solidifying into substance. For the sake of abominations, they slaughter their own kin, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yet it cast a palpable sense of oppression over the high-ranking officers in the office. What a feeble government to allow such internal traitors to exist. If it were in the United Humanity. Sydney scoffed, turning to the star map behind her, marked with countless purged abomination star systems. Such individuals do not even deserve to be sent to labor camps. They are fit only to be thrown into organic processing pools, turned into nutrient paste to nourish those truly fighting for humanity's future. She raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the sky, locking onto the narrator named Chen. Continue the playback. Let me witness how far this grotesque world can descend. Marvel Universe, Avengers Tower, Captain America, Steve Rogers, clenched his fists, his face a canvas of disbelief and fury. This was far from the protection of animals. As a veteran of World War II, he had witnessed countless brutalities of war, yet the absurdity of taking lives to save a monkey still shattered his worldview. This was an act of terrorism. Regardless of how noble their slogans sounded, the moment they aimed their weapons at innocent civilians, they were criminals. Tony Stark observed the data stream with a grave expression. Captain, what's even more terrifying is that the public opinion in that world seems to sympathize with them. Jarvis analyzed portions of the news ticker from the footage. Half of the media referred to them as radical idealists. Madness. Dr. Banner removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. Humanity in that world was deeply afflicted. The sky did not cease to darken due to the outrage of the realms. Chen appeared as a patient surgeon, meticulously lancing the festering wound of this ailing world. The scene shifted, leaping forward a decade and a half. The offspring of the once infant gorilla, Charlie, had matured. No longer the helpless infant requiring cradling. It now donned a human hoodie, shouldered a backpack, and strode into a human high school as an oddity. Chen's voice echoed once more, imbued with deeper scorn. The atrocities of the past have been forgotten, yet the fruits of evil are exalted upon a pedestal. Come, behold this being so fervently adored by countless individuals. Dressed in human attire, consuming human sustenance, relishing the conveniences and legal protections of human society. Yet, within its heart, does it truly regard humanity as its kin? No. In its heart, it looks down upon all those who saved it. Chapter 3. Clad in human garb, consuming human sustenance. Yet disdaining humanity above the heavens, the imagery became vivid and relatable. This was an ordinary human high school. The sun shone brightly, and time flowed peacefully. Half human, half gorilla, Charlie ambled leisurely down the school corridor, backpack slung over its shoulder, adorned in the latest fashionable hoodie and expensive sneakers. It scrolled through social media on a state-of-the-art smartphone. Surrounding human students pointed and whispered, a mix of curiosity and disdain, yet predominantly a cautiousness instilled by societal norms. For in this world, to discriminate against Charlie was deemed politically incorrect. It was to disrespect the diversity of species. The scene transitioned to Charlie's adoptive parents' home. A loving couple, perhaps overly indulgent, prepared an array of exquisite organic vegetarian dishes, each plate a testament to culinary artistry. Charlie, how was school today? Inquired the adoptive father with concern. Charlie chewed its food expressionlessly, eyes betraying an inherent coldness and detachment. It offered no reply, merely gazing at its phone, as if the couple who had nurtured it for over a decade were mere air. Chen's narration interjected with biting irony. Behold, this is what the world considers higher life forms. It revels in the achievements of human civilization, electricity, internet, healthcare, education, legal protections. It inhabits the homes built by humans, wears garments woven by human hands, and plays with devices invented by humanity. Yet it expresses no gratitude, taking all for granted. In its eyes, the humans that sustain it are foolish, barbaric, and filled with prejudice, mere lesser beings. The scene cut to a pivotal confrontation. At school, a group of delinquents attempted to provoke Charlie. Utilizing its gorilla-like agility, Charlie easily subdued the humans, nearly dislocating one's arm. In the face of the horrified gazes of teachers and students, Charlie remained calm, even expressing a hint of pity. Humans are always like this, rife with senseless violence and exclusivity. This is why you are a failed species. Warhammer 40K Universe, Black Templar Flagship, Eternal Crusader, with a sickening crunch. The metallic distortion echoed. Grand Marshal Helbrecht, seething with rage, struck the tactical table, forged of exquisite gold, creating a deep dent. Filthy mutants. How dare they? How dare they gaze upon sacred humanity with such audacity? For the Black Templars, who uphold the sanctity of human form as their highest tenet. Charlie's very existence was sacrilege, and its haughty demeanor sent the fervent space marines into a frenzy. It feasted on human food while cursing humanity. It enjoyed the fruits of the emperor's subjects, yet mocked humanity's failures. Damn it! If I were there, I would skin that monkey and hang its hide on our battle standard. The surrounding space marines roared in unison, the sound of bolters being primed resonating. Purify the abomination. For the emperor. Genshin Impact Universe, Liyue Harbor, 3 bowls pass. Zhongli gently set down his teacup, and in his tranquil gaze, a rare ripple of disturbance emerged. Ungrateful and oblivious. He shook his head, letting out a sigh. One must remember to repay kindness. Having entered the human realm, one must uphold human etiquette. This being, though resembling humanity, bore no gratitude nor virtue of beasts. It relished the conveniences of its contract, yet within its heart, it tore that contract asunder. Such a disposition, even with intelligence, renders it nothing more than a beast in human guise. Beside him, Hu Tao watched with rapt fascination but could not resist commenting. Oh dear. This gorilla is quite arrogant. Guest, do you think sending it to the Hall of Life would cost double? After all, it seems to believe itself more precious than humans. 3-body universe. Earth, Luo Ji lay on his sofa, gazing at the heavens, wearing a cynical smirk. Humanity is a failed species? Huh. If this gorilla knew how many civilizations in this universe resorted to any means necessary for survival, it would understand how merciful and extravagant humanity is for allowing it to exist. In the dark forest, a dog that barks at its protector is usually the first to perish. Stars Universe, Tianjin 4-star system, Unity Star, within the Grand Marshal's office. Chancellor Sydney had grown too weary to be angry. She merely observed the scene, akin to watching a jester's poor performance. This is the consequence of so-called peaceful coexistence. She spoke to the generals behind her, her voice cold as steel. When you attempt to reform the abomination, to integrate them into human society, what you receive is not gratitude, but this I am superior to you arrogance. The abomination will never comprehend the greatness of humanity. They will only perceive our kindness as weakness. Pass the order. The Fifth Fleet is to expel the peaceful alien refugees attempting to enter federal territory. Execute on the spot if they resist. Humanity does not need such ungrateful wolves. The heavens continued to display. Lu Chen appeared to find this insufficiently provocative. He intended to stoke the flames further. If mere ingratitude were the sole issue, it would not suffice to render this world repulsive. What truly induces despair is the attitude of humanity in this world. The screen filled with numerous media reports and online comments. Countless humans, yes, humans themselves, were fervently adoring Charlie. They formed fan clubs, parading with signs declaring Charlie as the beacon of evolution, that humanity should learn from the gorilla. Furthermore, certain so-called intellectuals have spouted their opinions on television. Charlie's existence exemplifies the narrow-mindedness of humanity. We ought to reflect on whether our excessive consumption of Earth's resources has stunted the evolution of other species. Perhaps humanity should indeed cede the Earth to higher forms of life. Witnessing these surreal scenes of humanity's sycophancy towards the other, Lu Chen's voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you see? This is what we call the loss of subjectivity. When a civilization begins to despise itself, to feel ashamed of its humanity, and places its hopes in an alien being. The end is nigh. Next, let this idolized creature of the altar deliver a little ethical shock to you. The screen went dark, and shortly after, the infamous scene that would send countless blood pressures soaring finally unfolded. Charlie's calm visage reappeared, his lips moving to utter a statement capable of igniting a cataclysm across realms. Everyone consumes chicken, pork, beef. So why is it that only humans cannot be killed for meat? Chapter 4. The double standard in Charlie's cannibalism theory. The celestial dome focused on a spacious, sunlit classroom, where sunlight graced the desks, a scene that should have been filled with youthful exuberance. Yet, at this moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. All human students' gazes were fixated on the creature seated at the center of the classroom, Charlie, dressed in a tidy uniform and twirling a ballpoint pen. He appeared more composed than any human present. However, the words that followed were akin to a cold scalpel, dissecting humanity's most fragile ethical defenses. Charlie raised his head, his deep, somewhat hollow eyes surveying his human classmates, and with a tone of calm inquiry, almost perplexed, he asked, "Every day, you consume chicken, pork, beef." He paused, seemingly granting the foolish humans a moment for contemplation. Sometimes, for the sake of flavor, you even consume live monkey brains or swallow raw fish slices. So, I pose a question to you. Why is it that only humans cannot be killed for meat? Boom. This statement detonated like a colossal mental nuclear bomb, instantly exploding across realms. Had this gorilla bellowed the proclamation, it might have been dismissed as the ravings of a beast. Yet, it was delivered with such tranquility, such rationality, and even an air of superiority, as if it were imparting wisdom. The stark contrast induced an exponential rise in disgust. In the world of Detective Conan, at Professor Agassi's residence, the sound of a coffee cup crashing to the floor echoed as Hybera AI, oblivious to the scalding coffee splattering everywhere, stood frozen. As a biologist, she had encountered countless insane theories, but the gorilla's words sent a shiver through her very genes. This was sophistry, the devil's sophistry. Conan's gaze was fixed on the screen, his glasses reflecting a cold glint, teeth clenched in agitation. It seeks to undermine the moral foundation of humanity. If human can be defined as meat, then all laws, justice, and emotions lose their significance. Ayumi was reduced to tears, hiding behind Mitsuhiko. That gorilla is terrifying. It wants to eat us. Wah. In the world of Harry Potter, within the Great Hall, the young wizards, who had been enjoying dinner, looked at their plates of steak and roasted chicken with sudden nausea. Ron's face turned pale as he clutched his stomach, retching, Merlin's stinky socks. I never want to eat meat again. Hermione stood up in fury, wand pointed at the celestial dome. This is the thought of a creature born of wicked, dark magic. It knows nothing of souls or love. It is merely a beast clad in human skin. Even Draco Malfoy, who typically looked down upon muggles, displayed a look of disgust. Pushing his plate away, though I despise muggles, to be considered food by a monkey? How revolting. My father would never allow such a creature to exist. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, within an antique cafe, the ghoul's reactions were starkly different, yet chilling. Tuka Kirishima wiped a cup, her lips curling into a cold smile. Ah. This gorilla has revealed the truth of this world. The law of the jungle is merely survival of the fittest. In a corner, the food connoisseur known as Jukiyama was trembling with excitement, elegantly sniffing his handkerchief. Oh, what a marvelous argument. Humanity, as a delicacy, should indeed be savored by superior beings. This gorilla has exquisite taste. It appreciates fine cuisine. In the world of Parasite, Shinichi Izumi gazed at his right hand. The large eye of his parasitic companion blinked and calmly stated, Shinichi, its logic is flawless. At the pinnacle of the food chain, preying on the lesser is a right. Humans eat pigs. Gorillas eat humans. Both are reasonable. Shut up. Shinichi growled, fury igniting in his eyes. Humans are not pigs. Humans have emotions, civilization. It revels in all of this, yet seeks to annihilate it. That is a monster. In the Warhammer 40K universe, within the Holy Terra Inquisition, there was no debate. Only the kind of fury that could incinerate star systems. The Grand Inquisitor Kodiaz gazed at the celestial dome, as if confronting the foulest demons of the warp. Blasphemy. This is the ultimate desecration of the sacred human form. He spun around, roaring at the countless kneeling inquisitors and battle sisters. Did you hear this alien's howling? It questions the very meaning of our existence. It likens the Emperor's subjects to livestock awaiting slaughter. This world has been corrupted. Every inch of that planet is tainted with heretical stench. No investigation is required. No trial is needed. In the name of the Holy Inquisition, I hereby request an exterminatus order. I shall reduce every organic being on that planet's surface, including that monkey, to ashes. In the universe of stars, within the Grand Marshal's office on Unity Star in the Tianjin 4-star system, Chancellor Sidney Bachler stood before a massive window. The holographic star map behind her displayed countless red dots representing the fleets of humanity, pulsating with life. Upon hearing Charlie's statement, she was not incensed. Rather, a frigid smile emerged, a smile akin to a hunter spotting prey delivered willingly. Why can humans not be eaten? She whispered, then turned to the generals in the conference room. Their murderous intent barely contained. Gentlemen, do you hear? This is why we must establish a fleet, why we must cleanse the aliens, why we must erect high walls in this dark universe. For if we lower our weapons even slightly, if we show even a hint of mercy, there will be those ignorant creatures who will leap forth and ask us, "May I eat you?" A general clad in powered armor rose abruptly, his military boots thudding heavily. Chancellor, please give the order. The Fourth Fleet is ready to jump. This hybrid does not deserve to breathe the air of the cosmos. We must exterminate them. Eradicate all mutants. The conference room erupted in a frenzy. everyone shouting the same mantra, their voices as if they could penetrate the celestial dome, reaching the heavens. Humanity first. Cleanse the aliens. In the rented room, Chen observed the system panel displaying an almost overflowing anger value, sipping his cola with satisfaction. Is this intolerable? Don't worry. This is merely an appetizer. Next, let us glimpse how the inhabitants of that world have relinquished their final vestiges of dignity in the face of this predicament. Chen's fingers hovered above the keyboard, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Are you ready to confront the true moment of hypertension? Chapter 5. Humanity's Self-Loathing. The Frenzy of the Saints. In the celestial expanse, the echo of Charlie's query regarding the edibility of humans lingered, akin to a thunderclap that sent shivers through all beings across realms. Such an anti-human rhetoric ought to be met with universal disdain, compelling the denizens of that world to take up arms in defense of their dignity. Yet, reality often eclipses the fantastical. Chen's voice turned somber, imbued with a detached cynicism that pierced through the absurdity of existence. What was the response of humanity in that world to such proclamations that sought to serve themselves upon a platter? Anger? Retaliation? Execution? No. They chose to prostrate themselves in servility. As the scene shifted, it was no longer Charlie's loathsome visage that occupied the screen, but a tableau of human society from that world. An unprecedented parade unfolded in the bustling heart of the metropolis. The participants were not grotesque beings or monsters. They were the very humans born of that world. Clad in t-shirts emblazoned with Charlie's likeness, they brandished an array of colorful placards, their faces illuminated with a fervor reminiscent of martyrs, lost in self-admiration. As the camera zoomed in, the slogans on the placards were strikingly jarring. Charlie is right. The arrogance lies with humanity. Humanity is the cancer of the earth. We are guilty. Support species equality. If being eaten is our fate, we willingly atone. A blonde, blue-eyed journalist, evidently well-educated, animatedly interviewed a young protester before the camera. The university student, brimming with excitement, proclaimed into the microphone, Charlie has awakened us to the hypocrisy of humanity. We slaughter animals, consume their flesh, yet deny the superior Charlie the same right? This is an egregious double standard. If Charlie believes consuming humans is its nature, we must respect that. This is the triumph of multiculturalism. I would willingly sacrifice my body for ecological balance. The surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. A few extreme penitents even knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in contrition towards a gigantic poster of Charlie, weeping profusely as if beseeching forgiveness from the gorilla. This spectacle was broadcast live on television, reaching every corner of that world. Marvel Universe, Avengers Tower, crash. Thor's beer mug shattered upon the floor, fragments scattering. The Asgardian deity gaped in horror, as if confronted with an unspeakable terror. Is this an illusion? Tony? Are these humans begging to be devoured? Have they lost their warrior's honor? Have they forsaken the will to survive? Captain America, Steve Rogers, paled, his gaze, unwavering even in the face of Thanos' army, now filled with confusion and anguish. I fight to protect humanity, but if humanity wishes to perish, what purpose does my shield serve? Foundation World, O5 Council. Here, there was no fury, only an absolute chill and assessment. O5-1 surveyed the data streaming across the screen, his tone devoid of emotion. It is confirmed that humanity in this world suffers from severe mimetic pollution. This constitutes an advanced cognitive hazard. The subjects, through self-deprecation and adulation of anomalous entities, have forfeited their basic survival instincts. If left unchecked, this civilization will self-destruct within 3 months, leading to an S-class Dominion status transition scenario. Recommendation: containment is unfeasible. Approve initiation of the clearing protocol, or reset this timeline. One Piece World, Holy Land Mariehua. Hall of Power. The 5 elders gazed at the celestial display, for the first time feeling the weight of their authority. Have these insects from below lost their minds? Clutching the original sword, the bald elder, financial war god Xamphalon V. Natsushiro, adjusted his round glasses, his tone laced with absurdity, even as descendants of the creators. We have never witnessed such despicable servitude. Not only do they not resist, but they also offer themselves up for cleansing? This mindset is perilous. Beside him, the elder with tousled hair and a scarred visage, scientific defense war god Jagarugius Satan, struck his cane vehemently, his eyes dark, If this self-destructive ideology spreads, the very foundation of the world government's dominion will tremble. After all, we require obedient labor and contributors from the heavens, not a throng of self-castrating lunatics. Warhammer 40K World. Holy Terra, at this moment, an oppressive silence shrouded the palace. This silence was the calm before the storm. The Emperor's guard commander, Tiberius Valorius, gripped the Watcher's axe tightly, his knuckles blanching. He observed the image of the kneeling, contrite humans, devoid of anger. Only a frigid detachment akin to witnessing the death of a fellow kind. This was no longer heresy. This was a genetic regression, a decay of the soul. When a race begins to regard survival as shameful, begging a predator for mercy, they no longer deserve the sacred title of human. They are insects, refuse. A tumor that must be excised. Star Alliance World, Tianjin 4-star system, Unity Star, the Human Alliance leader, Sidney Bockler, gazed at the celestial screen and suddenly laughed. It was a derisive, contemptuous, and somewhat cruel laugh. Do you see this? She pointed to the screen showcasing the university's student declaring his willingness to be devoured. This is what we call civilization. This is the fate of those who have lost their subjectivity. When we lay down our arms to embrace so-called universal values, when we compromise with the aberrations, our descendants will become this, a horde of self-castrating, obsequious shells. All the generals, admirals, and soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, felt their rage poised to erupt. It was the fury of disappointment, the shame felt by kin in the face of such degradation. Once again, Lu Chun's voice resonated through the celestial expanse. This time, devoid of mockery, it bore the gravitas of judgment. Do you see? This is the consequence of losing subjectivity. When humanity begins to grovel before the aberrations, extinction is not far off. The humans of that world are afflicted, terminally ill. Their spines have snapped, their knees have softened, and their minds have decayed. Lu Chen paused, his voice suddenly rising with an air of impending doom. Since the humans of your world lack self-respect, since your world's government is feeble and inept, allow me to administer a potent remedy, a remedy known as the fourth catastrophe. At this moment, within his rented room, Lu Chen struck the key on the keyboard with force. Instantly, the scene in the celestial expanse plunged into darkness. All the tumult, all the parades, all the sanctimonious rhetoric vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a profound silence. Yet this silence lasted but a second. In the next instant, a crackle pierced the air, followed by a deep, resonant, metallic voice. Accompanied by the exhilarating strains of industrial heavy metal, a thunderous cacophony erupted. It was the roar of superluminal engines surging forth. It was the roar of billions of Titan light spears charging. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Human Alliance. This is the answer. As the impassioned strains of the Hell March, akin to a torrent of steel-crushing skulls, resounded, the very atmosphere of countless realms seemed to crystallize in that moment. There was no prelude, no superfluous chatter. The inky heavens were abruptly torn asunder, a chilling and ruthless blue-white radiance suffusing the firmament. Coordinates, Star World Tianjin Quadrant Unity Star. The scene shifted from the narrow, suffocating confines of Earth's urban sprawl to the vast, boundless ocean of stars. A colossal planet, bathed in the luminance of a blue-white sun, emerged before all. It was a fortress-like, industrialized world. Above, a multitude of spaceports operated like a steel hive. Countless colossal black warships, as massive as mountains, uniformly departed their docks. This was the invincible fleet of the Human Federation. From the densely clustered escort vessels to the overshadowing battleships, and to the titanic flagship that seemed capable of piercing the very rivers of stars. Each warship was emblazoned with the banner that sent shivers throughout the galaxy, a red and black field, adorned with a golden, single-headed eagle. This eagle, with its piercing gaze and sharp talons, symbolized the unwavering, indomitable iron will of humanity. At that moment, the voice of the leader, stripped of all sarcasm and mockery, resonated with unprecedented fervor and might, shaking the souls of every listener. In the face of the question, can the alien consume humans? The weak choose reflection, while the virtuous choose submission. But in another parallel universe, humanity offered a starkly different answer. Listen, this is the voice humanity ought to possess. The scene instantaneously transitioned. Supreme Command of the Human Federation Broadcast Hall, Grand Marshal Sidney Bockler, clad in a crisp dark green military uniform adorned with medals symbolizing conquest and glory, stood before the podium. Her gaze was colder than the Tianjin quadrant behind her, addressing the trillions of citizens of the Federation and the deities and insects of myriad realms. She delivered that deafening war declaration. Admit it. Sydney's voice was as sharp as a blade, each word akin to a bullet fired from a gun. You cannot endure those grotesque extraterrestrials. They are unlike us. Our emotions cannot connect. Our logic diverges greatly. We owe no apologies. We shall not endure. As her words echoed, scenes of the Federation's military engagements across various planets began to flash. There were Marines in powered exoskeletons advancing over the corpses of insectoid foes on a toxic alien surface. There were colossal doomsday weapons casting neutron beams of judgment upon a planet teeming with aliens. Today it feasts upon your family's remains. Tomorrow it will consume you. Coexistence is utterly impossible. War is our only option, for the survival of humanity, for the everlasting glory of humanity. Annihilate them. Leave none alive. Boom. With that final command to annihilate, the realms erupted in fervor. The repulsive sensation of being oppressed by the discourse of cannibalism and the submission of the virtuous was utterly cleansed by this overwhelming intent to kill. Exhilarating. How utterly exhilarating. This is how carbon-based beings. No, this is how formidable upright apes should truly behave. Warhammer 40K Universe. Legion of the Ultramarines Gloriana. Pre-March robot Guilliman abruptly rose. And in that moment, he glimpsed shadows of the Great Crusade. Though lacking the Emperor's psychic radiance, this pure will, Guilliman clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with admiration, rationality, order, and a hatred that is efficient. This is the attitude humanity should adopt when confronting aliens. Fear? Reflection? No. Only steel and flame are the universal tongues. The surrounding Ultramarines raised their voices in unison. For humanity. Purge the aliens. To die is no regret. One Piece Universe. Marine Headquarters, clap, clap, clap. Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu, was actually applauding. A fervent smile, rare for his usually brooding visage, emerged. Well said. Splendid. No need for apologies. No need for endurance. This is what absolute justice entails. In the face of evil pirates and aberrations, even a modicum of mercy is a betrayal of justice. That female marshal, if she were to join the Marines, I would willingly cede my position to her. Attack on Titan Universe. Parody Island. Eren Yeager watched the Human Federation's formidable fleet in the sky, tears streaming down his face. They were tears of exhilaration. This is freedom. This is true expulsion. He pointed at the heavens, exclaiming to Mikasa and Armin, "Do you see? Humanity should not be domesticated livestock. Humanity should be hunters. Even if it means exterminating every enemy across the sea, we must survive." Marvel Universe. S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier. Nick Fury Solitary eye fixated intently on the screen, the beeper in his hand, intended for Captain Marvel, trembling slightly. These individuals are more extreme than Hydra, more deranged than the Nazis. Yet, this seasoned agent had to concede one undeniable truth. In the face of the extraterrestrial threats posed by the Chitauri and Kree, this ideology is remarkably effective. Beside him, Captain America remained frowning, yet he held his tongue. He had just witnessed a world begging to be consumed. And in comparison, this human federation, fighting for survival, at least, possessed more backbone. Star World, United Nations of Earth, as twins of the Human Federation. Those delegates from Earth who had been deliberating on whether to accommodate aliens were now utterly stupefied. They gazed upon the civilization, originating from the same source, yet embarking on an entirely opposite path, feeling a profound tremor from the depths of their souls. That is, our kin? Are they our lost colonial ships? Have they gone mad? This declaration of slaughter, it is anti-civilization, yet a greater number of Earth's populace. Witnessing the vast fleet overshadowing the skies, observing the aliens trembling beneath the feet of the Human Federation, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. It was envy. It was desire. Had we chosen this path initially, would we not have to bow to those extraterrestrials? Above, the voice of the leader resonated once more, imbued with a sense of judicial satisfaction. This is the response of the Human Federation. In the lexicon of the Federation, there is no species equality. Only those not of my kind must have different hearts. If that being named Charlie the gorilla dares to pose that question on Unity Star. The leader chuckled coldly, fingers lightly tapping the table. Then in the next moment, it shall understand what true cruelty entails. The scene shifted. The leader began his meticulously prepared simulation of the if line, an ultimate punishment prepared for that gorilla. Don't blink, here it comes. Didn't Charlie ask if it could consume humans? The Human Federation will inform it. We do not consume humans, but we turn aliens into canned goods. Chapter 7. If the Human Federation were to handle the Darwin incident. The heavens flickered as the leader's voice took on a tone of jest. As if introducing a new game SDLC. Many viewers may wonder, what fate would befall that arrogant animal rights organization ALA, along with that foul-mouthed gorilla Charlie? Should they appear in the world of the Human Federation? To satisfy everyone's curiosity, this host has specially activated the Tactical Simulation module. Scene reconstruction in progress. Ready? Action. The scene shifted. Once again, it was that biological research facility, with the same masked terrorists wielding submachine guns. However, this time, the sign at the entrance of the Research Institute was no longer the logo of a private enterprise, but the golden emblem of the Union. A single-headed eagle that instilled fear across the galaxy. For the freedom of animals. The terrorists, as before, fervently charged towards the gate, attempting to open fire on the security personnel. Yet, in the next moment, a faint hum resonated through the air, reminiscent of an overloaded high-voltage current. The Institute's defense system did not even trigger an alarm, as the threat level was deemed extremely low. The two seemingly ordinary security guards at the entrance suddenly had their uniforms harden, a ghostly blue glow emanating from beneath their skin. They did not evade. They merely tilted their heads slightly, a tactical red light flashing in their eyes. Target identified. Illegal armed personnel. Threat level E. Trash. Execution protocol. Immediate eradication, without a word. Without negotiation, without warning, the two genetically enhanced warriors raised their Gauss rifles. Zing, zing, zing. There was no roar of gunpowder. Only the piercing shriek of electromagnetic accelerated projectiles slicing through the air. The group of terrorists did not even have time to scream before their bodies were shredded into fragments by supersonic projectiles. Blood and limbs scattered across the ground like harvested weeds. Within a mere 3 seconds, all intruders were dead. The scene then shifted to the interior of the laboratory. The yet-to-be-rescued Charlie was curled up in a cage, his usually wise eyes now filled with terror. An officer clad in a black trench coat, adorned with the Union Enforcer badge, entered. He coldly glanced at the gorilla in the cage, then at the corpses of the terrorists on the ground, his eyes reflecting disdain akin to viewing a pile of organic waste. To attack an Imperial facility for this lowly primate? The Enforcer seemed to have heard some annual joke. He drew his kinetic execution pistol and, through the bars of the cage, pressed the muzzle against Charlie's forehead. Trembling, Charlie attempted to articulate some philosophical reasoning. Bang! A dull thud resonated. There were no philosophical musings, no ethical discussions. The gorilla's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, red and white matter splattering across the cage. The Enforcer holstered his weapon and pressed a communicator to his ear, his tone as flat as placing a takeout order. Area C cleared. Send in the cleaning robots to wash the floor. We must not contaminate the laboratory's sterile environment. In the real world, Charlie sat on the couch in his adoptive parents' home. The philosophy book he had been holding thudded to the floor. His gorilla face, usually marked by calm superiority, was now twisted in extreme fear, his fur standing on end. What is this? He gazed at the image of his own brain-splattered self in the sky, feeling an unprecedented chill surge from his tailbone to his crown. In that world, humans did not reason with him. They did not heed his philosophical musings. They cared not for his species' rights. They even omitted the process of bringing him to trial. Barbaric. This is barbaric. Charlie let out a roar from his throat. But the cry was laced with evident tremors. These humans were utterly unworthy of civilization. In the world of the Union, a one-eyed general with a shoulder-mounted star slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming loudly, "Well done. This is the style of our Union." When dealing with traitors and alien beings, a single bullet is all that is needed. The previously solemn atmosphere in the conference room instantly transformed into fervor. Chancellor Sidney observed the sky, her subtle smirk gradually morphing into a satisfied curve. Although she did not know who existed beyond that sky, she understood us very well. This was not only a derision of that weak world, but also the highest praise for our union's efficient enforcement. She waved her hand, issuing a command. Relay to the propaganda department. Edit this footage as the core promotional material for this year's recruitment season, to be looped throughout the entire Federation. Inform all citizens. If you do not adopt our firmness, your fate will be to have monkeys defecating on your heads. In the world of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wow, that big gorilla was blown apart." He forgot to chew the meat in his mouth, and despite the cruelty, that man in black was incredibly swift. Zoro leaned against the mast, holding his sword, a slight smile playing on his lips. No extraneous movements, no tedious mercy. Is this what they call efficiency? Truly, a civilization capable of conquering the stars. Their weapons are swift. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark observed the tactical maneuvers of the two Union soldiers, data streams racing across his holographic glasses. Jarvis analyzed their weapons and exoskeleton. "Sir, that is Gauss acceleration technology. With an extremely low energy consumption but terrifying kinetic energy." Jarvis's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Moreover, the muscle density and neural response speed of those soldiers are 8 times that of ordinary humans. This is not an exoskeleton. It is a genetic evolution. Tony sipped his whiskey, his expression complex. Genetic modification combined with iron-fisted dictatorship. Although I do not favor their political leanings, their technological prowess certainly qualifies them to stride across the universe. In the Angel Nebula, Queen Kesha frowned. This civilization. As an executor of justice, she instinctively rejected such slaughter. Although they maintain human sovereignty, the bloodshed is excessive. That gorilla may be guilty, but direct execution. Does it not violate the respect for life? Kesha, seated upon her throne, replied coolly, "Een, you are too young. Do you not realize? In that perilous, dark universe, if they do not act thusly, the outcome is as depicted in the previous videos. Disintegration from within by self-righteousness, devoured by external alien threats. This is an extreme survival wisdom evolved for the continuation of their race. Though ugly, it is effective." Above, the voice of Lu Chun resounded once more. "Did you see? In the world of the Union, there is no soil for the self-righteous to survive. For the traitors of their race, our bullets are more effective than words. You may perceive the Union as brutal, deem them madmen, executioners. But do you know why the Union has become this way? Why do they harbor such a deep-seated hatred for aliens? Why have they forsaken Earth as universal values to embrace dictatorship and iron-fisted rule?" Lu Chen's voice grew somber, the previously stirring background music gradually subsiding, replaced by a mournful, desolate cello piece. It echoed the heavy toll of history, because they too were once naive. They once, like the Earth Union, held flowers and goodwill, attempting to embrace this expanse of stars. Yet, the cosmos repaid them with bloody lessons. The screen slowly darkened, and a line of blood-red titles emerged. The lament of the Forerunners remains. We once gazed at the starry sky, thinking it a garden. Until the ground was stained red with blood, we realized it was a hunting ground. Chapter 8. The Remains of the Forerunners, Our Hatred on the Moby Dick. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, set down his wine bowl, his weathered eyes fixed on the sky, the sorrowful melody stirring some slumbering memories within him. Gulalala. The killing intent dissipated, replaced by sorrow. The sea overlord gazed at the pitch-black screen, his expression complex. This formidable group, known as the Fourth Catastrophe, intent on annihilating foreign races. Is it possible that they too have moments of sorrow? In the world of Naruto, Konoha village Tsunade stands atop the Hokage rock, arms crossed, her brow furrowed. The music resonates uneasily within her. It is not mere sadness, but a weighty heaviness reminiscent of the horrors of the Ninja World War. Akin to the burden borne after countless deaths and betrayals. The scene gradually brightens, its hues no longer the cold metallic gray or the bloody dark red, but imbued with a nostalgic warmth, reminiscent of an old film's golden glow. File number 001 Initial Contact, Scene 1. The First Dream. Before her lies the ancient and somewhat rudimentary giant arc spaceship, the Autumn Chrysanthemum. It lacks the fierce cannons of later human warships, the world-destroying Titan systems, and even the advanced sublight engines. It resembles a frail vessel tossed about in a tempest. Carrying 250,000 human pioneers in cryogenic slumber, resolutely plunging into an unstable subspace wormhole in search of a new home. The narration flows gently. accompanied by images of those simple yet hopeful scenes. The pioneers of that time were filled not with a desire for conquest, but with a yearning for the unknown. Within the ship's database were stored humanity's most beautiful treasures: Beethoven's symphonies, Shakespeare's poetry, Michelangelo's masterpieces. They had even prepared a meticulously crafted peaceful contact protocol, composed of hundreds of mathematical models and languages. They naively believed that, with goodwill in their hearts, the universe would unfold like a grand garden of friendship. The visuals depict the ship making a forced landing on a foreign planet named Unity. The environment is harsh, yet humanity encounters a local indigenous civilization. These beings, resembling gigantic praying mantises with 4 arms and compound eyes, although fearsome in appearance, possess a primitive tribal society. Upon seeing these alien neighbors, the advance team aboard the Autumn Chrysanthemum does not draw their weapons out of fear of their grotesque forms. Instead, the delegation sheds their heavy protective gear. Donning their finest attire, they approach the creatures, bearing flowers and holographic translators, their faces adorned with sincere, unguarded smiles. Step by step advancing towards the beings emerging from the shadows. The footage captures the folly and kindness of humanity in that era, a human doctor tending to a wounded native infant, even as its mandibles are mere centimeters from his throat. An engineer patiently teaching the natives how to create fire, how to sharpen tools, even sharing precious rations. These harmonious scenes move countless viewers beneath the heavens, for humanity at that time resembled a chorus of angels radiating benevolence. Super God Academy, Angel Yen, observing this. Angel Yen sheathes his flaming sword, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. They understood the importance of spreading civilization, of protecting the weak, though small. This embodies the righteousness that the so-called divine river body should possess. If they could retain this initial innocence, perhaps they would be worthy of the angel's protection. Yet, Yan's admiration dissipates within mere seconds. Without warning, the visuals darken ominously. It is not the hue of a setting sun, but the color of betrayal. The voice of the narrator turns icy, like the biting winds of winter. Regrettably, we forgot a fundamental truth. Not all civilizations possess humanity. In response to this goodwill, there was no embrace, only poisoned fangs. Scene 2, Bloodied Goodwill. A banquet was held to celebrate the newfound friendship. Humanity laid out their finest wines and foods, unsuspectingly sitting among the aliens. In an instant, chaos erupted. The once timid and clumsy insectoid natives suddenly turned feral. Without warning. Without reason. Simply because they were hungry, and they recognized that these soft, unguarded humans were far more delectable and easily obtained than the elusive beasts of the forest. Thrust. A bone spear pierced the violinist in mid-performance. The music ceased abruptly, blood splattering upon the peaceful contact protocol. The young female researcher, who had just been teaching the native children to read, was pinned to the ground by several robust insectoids. She did not resist. Instead, she raised her translator in a desperate attempt to communicate, to awaken their conscience. But in the next moment, sharp mandibles pierced her throat. Her screams, faithfully recorded by the translator, echoed across the realms. Why? We were friends. Don't eat me. Please. No one answered her. Only the sounds of bones being crunched and the excited screeches of the aliens filled the air. Scene 3. The darkest hour. Following this was a one-sided massacre. The insectoid horde surged like a tide towards humanity's temporary encampment. Trusting in the peaceful contact protocol, believing in goodwill, humanity had failed to establish adequate defenses, even locking their heavy weaponry deep within their stores. The slaughter was inevitable. That night, 70% of the 250,000 souls perished. The survivors were herded like cattle. The visuals turned grim and oppressive. Men were shackled with heavy chains, forced to toil in dark, radiation-filled mines extracting the crystals desired by the insectoids. And those who collapsed from exhaustion were consumed by their overseers, women. The imagery grew hazy and filled with static. But the faint sounds of weeping were more despairing than any visual. Once treasured artworks were trampled in the mud. The peaceful contact protocol, once a symbol of humanity's highest goodwill, was now held by the insectoid leader, used to wipe the remnants of human blood from its mandibles, and carelessly tossed into the flames. The firelight reflected as the protocol turned to ash, along with humanity's naive childhood. Outside the celestial realm, there was a deathly silence. Those who had previously mocked humanity's brutality now seemed as if their throats were being choked. Three-body world, Luo Ji, Luo Ji gazed at the burning protocol, the cigarette in his hand burning down to his fingers unnoticed. To entrust the survival of civilization to the goodwill of others. He inhaled deeply, eyes filled with sorrow. This is the price. This is the cost of igniting a torch in the dark forest. Warhammer 40K World, Fire Lizard Battle Legion, the Astartes warriors. Possessing black skin yet the warmest hearts, now bore reddened eyes. The battle leader, Vulcan Heastan, slammed his hammer onto the deck, producing a deafening roar. Unforgivable. They trampled upon goodwill. They betrayed trust. Such aliens do not deserve to live. Even the merciful fire lizards shall burn them to ashes. Stellar World. Unity Star, within the Grand Marshal's office. Chancellor Sydney watched this segment of history, slowly closing her eyes. This was an era in which humanity shed its last drop of blood and tears. As the celestial scene froze upon the extinguished light in the eyes of the enslaved ancestors, Sydney opened her eyes once more, now filled with a resolve harder than steel. She spoke softly to the holographic projection behind her, and to all realms, we once offered them a chance. But the universe has taught us that only dead aliens are good aliens. Above the celestial realm, the mournful music gradually faded. The passage of time in the visuals sped by. 300 years, in the grand scheme of the universe, is but the blink of an eye. But for those struggling to survive in the mines, this represents an epoch long enough to alter the fabric of their very genes. When the last of the slave masters had their skulls shattered by the pickaxes of the rebellious humans. When the restored autumn chrysanthemum once again shot into the sky with its blue tail flame. The once innocent civilization that offered flowers and sang hymns was forever buried in that purple jungle. In its stead arose a human federation, emerging from the heaps of corpses. Scarred yet fierce in spirit. Scene 4. The judgment descends. The scene shifts to several centuries later. A colossal black fleet, shrouded in ominous weaponry, has once more descended upon this planet, named Unity. This time, there are no flowers, no gifts. On the bridge of the flagship, there are no impassioned speeches of vengeance. Only a stern-faced fleet captain gazes down upon the nightmare-ridden planet below, issuing the briefest of commands through the communicator. The voice, calm to the point of being chilling, declares, target locked. Execute protocol, total purification. Since you consider humanity as mere fodder, we shall regard you as mere minerals. Titan charging. Fire. Boom. Under the watchful gaze of countless realms, the immense spherical device beneath the flagship unleashed a blinding blue beam of light. The beam pierced the atmosphere, plunging into the core of the purple planet. The earth shattered, the oceans boiled, and the screams of the abominations were erased by the searing heat before they could escape. The sound of land sinking resonated, matter-of-factly stating, "This is the first lesson of the human federation. The tuition for this lesson is steep, costing the blood of 250,000 souls. But it is a lesson worth learning. For it teaches the Federation a crucial truth. In this dark forest, kindness is a poison, and the only verity lies in the weapons held in hand." Next, please enjoy the fireworks of the planet. Chapter 9. The Earth Explosion and Celestial Stars. Physical exorcism above the canopy. The mournful historical images finally came to an end. In their place stood the transformed human federation, reborn as a ruthless force. Coordinates, Star World Unity Orbit, at this moment, above the planet that once entombed countless pioneering souls. A tide of steel now obscured the sky. Not just one ship, nor a single fleet, but an entire armada of 3,000 heavily modified battleships. Equipped with cutting-edge quantum spears and neutron armor, they formed a precise array, their engines belching a ghostly blue flame that illuminated the starry sky as bright as day. At the very center of the fleet, they guarded a colossal, suffocating spherical structure, larger than an ordinary satellite, forged from jet-black alloy, with a massive crystal core radiating a dangerous red light at its center. This was the ultimate truth of the human federation, the Titan-class Star Destroyer. The voice of the commander, now devoid of previous mockery, resonated with a chilling finality. In the face of those who once betrayed, slaughtered, and enslaved humanity, the Federation chose not to engage in ground operations, nor to risk a single Marine on that filthy surface. For in the eyes of the Federation, the blood of these insects is unworthy of staining human boots. Thus, they opted for the most efficient, cleanest, and thorough method of purification. On the bridge of the flagship, the Vengeance, there were no hysterical cries of rage. The captain methodically adjusted his white gloves. then issued the historic command through the communicator, target all organic life forms on the surface of Unity. Execute protocol, neutron annihilation. Fire. Buzz. As the command was given, the Titan at the fleet's center began to charge. The red crystal core resembled a collapsing star, feverishly absorbing energy from the thousands of warships around it. Space trembled, light warped. In the Rick and Morty universe, c. 137, Rick, holding a flask, suddenly spewed out his drink. He leaned closer to the screen, his perpetually squinted eyes now wide with shock, even pulling out a portable energy analyzer to scan the sky. Oh no, these madmen. This is not an ordinary laser cannon, nor an antimatter bomb. Morty, do you understand? This is a directed neutron radiation torrent. Rick excitedly shook Morty by the collar. They have somehow managed to confine the neutron flow within a highly energetic force field. If this thing hits, every DNA strand, every protein structure will disintegrate in a millisecond. Like putting you in a microwave, but this microwave has the power of 10 billion suns. How cool is that? This is even more violent than my idea of turning the universe into a car battery. The scientists of this federation must be filled with vodka. In the Earth Union, Earth Federation, in the parliamentary hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Those advocating for the sanctity of all life and peaceful contact were now utterly despondent. They gazed at the impending launch of the Titan, trembling uncontrollably. This is genocide. A female legislator collapsed to the ground, covering her face in tears. How could they do this? That's billions of lives. Even if they have erred, are there no innocents among them? Yet her cries were soon drowned out by the roars of the surrounding populace. In many public squares of the Earth Union, crowds erupted in thunderous applause at the sky. Well done. Exterminate them. What mercy is there for cannibals? Blow them up. The division within the Earth Union reached its zenith at that moment. The iron-fisted measures of the Human Federation struck like a hammer, shattering the fragile veneer of compassion within the Earth Union. In the Warhammer 40K universe, Holy Terra, the electronic eye of the Mechanicus General, was inundated with data streams. Omniscia be praised. Such pure destructive energy. Such efficient means of purification. This, neutron annihilation, technology is cleaner than the Empire's whirlwind torpedoes, more controllable than viral bombs. It only harms flesh, yet preserves the sacred machines and structures. What a perfect weapon. Record it. It must be documented. If this technology can be replicated, we could purify the galaxy for the God Emperor more efficiently. And upon the golden throne, the frail body flickered slightly in the presence of psychic flames. The Emperor's consciousness observed this scene from the warp. Though he could not speak, his will was conveyed to every Adeptus Custodes. Show no mercy. Only death can be the truest atonement for the abominations against humanity. In the Super God Academy universe, Demon number 1, Morgana gazed at the sky, the wine glass in her hand now cracked under her grip. Damn, these humans are even more devilish than demons. I have to kill one by one or unleash a demon gene to infect them slowly. But these guys, they're preparing to wipe the entire planet clean in one go. She turned to Otto. Do you see? This is why I avoid provoking that so-called human federation. These lunatics play no fair. They're not here for war. They're here for sanitation. Under the watchful eyes of all, the Titan in the sky completed its charging. Zing! A beam of ghostly blue light, over several hundred kilometers in diameter, shot forth like the sword of divine retribution, piercing the heavens and penetrating the atmosphere of Unity. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no mushroom clouds. This was a form of destruction that was eerily quiet, yet profoundly chilling. The azure waves of light surged across the planet's surface like a tsunami, traveling at the speed of light. The scene shifted to the planet's surface, where the once merciless mantis aliens, who had brutally slaughtered human vanguards, now gathered in their cities. Gazing fearfully at the sky, as the blue light swept over their bodies, there was no blood splattering, no limbs shattering. Their forms melted away like wax figures in a fierce fire, dissolving into pools of organic liquid that emitted a faint glow. In that instant, millions upon billions of aliens transformed into water. Whether they were warriors on the surface or hatchlings hidden deep underground, all organic life forms stood equal before the neutron radiation. Merely 10 seconds passed. The entire planet fell silent. The once vibrant purple jungles vanished, leaving only desiccated, charred remnants. The once bustling alien cities were reduced to hollow shells, with green liquid flowing through the streets. This was a dead star, a pristine mineral world. The voice of Lu Chen resonated at that moment, filled with a sense of vengeance fulfilled and an ultimate mockery of the sanctimonious. Do you see, Charlie? Look at those fools holding signs claiming humans are guilty. In the realm of the Human Federation, we do not consume aliens, as it is deemed unclean. We do not harbor hatred toward them, for that would be a waste of emotion. We merely reduce them to their most fundamental atomic state. Now, this planet is cleansed. The engineering ships of the Human Federation are about to descend, and upon this land, where our ancestors lie buried, we shall establish human factories and extract minerals belonging to mankind. This is the transcendence of physics. This is the compassion of the fourth catastrophe. Chapter 10. More terrifying than death, happy slaves and delicious canned goods. The celestial view of the dead star, cleansed by neutron annihilation, faded. The spectators from countless realms had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the instantaneous evaporation of billions of lives. Lu Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement yet chilling, echoed once more. I know there will be viewers who say, the Human Federation is too brutal. Isn't it a waste to annihilate them all? After all, while the aliens are despicable, they are also a source of labor and organic material. Don't rush to judgment. As a pragmatic civilization, the Human Federation does not always resort to the extravagant method of blowing up planets. For those who have not directly harmed humans, but still harbor hostility, or merely possess delectable flesh, we have a more humane and efficient solution. The scene shifted again, this time to a starkly white genetic recombination laboratory. On the operating table lay a muscular alien, bound by gravity restraints. It thrashed violently, roaring with primal rage and hatred toward humanity. A group of individuals clad in white coats, genetic ascendants of the Human Federation, surrounded it. They wielded no surgical knives. Instead, they manipulated complex holographic projections, violently editing and recombining the alien's DNA double helix. Lu Chen's commentary flowed like a demonic whisper. Plan 1. Technical code name neural stabilization. In layman's terms, it's called neural castration. You and your world often proclaim animals have free will, right? Fear not. The Human Federation shall resolve this dilemma for them. Through molecular-level genetic editing, we will sever the neurotransmitter receptors in the alien's brain responsible for higher emotions, rebellious consciousness, and pain perception. The genetic rewriting completed. The once fearsome alien convulsed violently, and then the fire of rage in its eyes extinguished, replaced by an expression of utter vacancy. A droplet of saliva hung from the corner of its mouth, manifesting a bizarre, almost blissful smile. A supervisor approached, handing it a heavy pickaxe. It offered no resistance, not a hint of hesitation, and began to dig tirelessly. Even as the sharp stones tore through its skin, even as its bones ached and broke, it continued to smile and labor. For within its genes had been inscribed the code that obedience equates to happiness. Behold, what a perfect worker, Lu Chen marveled. They will not strike, will not complain, need no rest, and feel no pain. They create value for humanity in their false happiness until their last breath. Is this not a form of blessing compared to foraging in the jungle? Charlie, do you not find human society filled with prejudice and suffering? If you were transformed into such a being, you would be free of those burdens. Charlie could no longer contain itself. It clutched its head, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. No, no, this is evil. Its once proud notion of superior intellect, of philosophical contemplation, felt so fragile before this surgical reality. To lose the ability to think, to become a mindless, grinning slave, that was 1,000 times more terrifying than death. It gazed at its own hands, as if feeling someone prying open its skull, excising its soul. Fear, for the first time, completely overwhelmed its arrogance. In the world of Attack on Titan, Parody Island, Eren Yeager knelt on the ground, clutching his head, letting out a soul-rending scream. This scene shattered him more than the sight of titans devouring humans. This was the ultimate deprivation of free will. Kill me. If this is the case, it would be better to end my life. Mikasa held the trembling Eren tightly, fear reflected in her eyes. Death was not terrifying. The horror lay in becoming a soulless husk, genetically shackled, forced to smile in gratitude to one's oppressors. In the world of One Piece, Mariehua, the celestial dragon Charlos, perpetually adorned with a bubble helmet and riding slaves, gazed at the heavens, drooling with excitement. This is magnificent. Father, hurry and acquire this technology. Those lowly slaves are always plotting rebellion. If we could alter their genes, then I could ride them all day long. The Gorosei exchanged deep glances. This method of achieving dominance by directly altering the essence of life was 1,000 times more efficient than erasing history. In the Marvel Universe, X-Men Professor Charles stared pale, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair until they deformed. As a telepath, he seemed to hear the silent wails echoing within the alien brain. It was the void left after the soul was obliterated. This was an evil more extreme than Magneto's. To strip away thought, to manipulate genes. Is this what the so-called civilization of the Human Federation entails? It was nothing short of hell. Before the audience could recover from the terror of neural stabilization, the scene shifted yet again. This time, it revealed a highly automated biowaste processing assembly line. On the conveyor belt lay the freshly skinned corpses of various alien species. Some bore tentacles, others had scales, and some bore a slight resemblance to that ape-like Charlie. The colossal molecular shredder roared as it pulverized these aliens, subjecting them to high-temperature sterilization and nutritional recombination. Before canning them into tin containers emblazoned with the emblem of the Human Federation's single-headed eagle, Liu Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery. Option 2, domestication. Since that gorilla Charlie inquired, why can't humans be consumed? The Human Alliance responded with action, because humans are the chefs, and you are the ingredients. In the periphery of the Human Alliance's colonies, addressing the food crisis, utilizing local resources became the most efficient logistical strategy. The scene zoomed in on a human Marine resting in a trench, who opened a freshly sourced can. Inside was a compressed paste emitting a peculiar meaty aroma. With an expressionless face, he scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. The can prominently bore the label, Military Ration Xenobiomass Nutritional Paste, High-Protein Version. Delicious, nutritious, and ample. Charlie, weren't you interested in discussing the food chain? Now, please take a seat. Oh no, please take a plate. In the world of the Darwin incident, at that moment, not just Charlie, but even those who had previously brandished signs supporting Charlie's cannibalistic ideology were paralyzed with fear. They watched as the soldier devoured the alien flesh, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy. A chilling dread of harming one's own kind enveloped them. That is an intelligent being. How can they consume it? One member of the animal rights group cried out. Yet, the next moment, Liu Chen's voice struck them like a slap. What? Do you find it disgusting? Were you not exhilarated when you called for humans to be eaten? Now that it's your turn for the alien to be consumed, you are displeased? Remember, this is reciprocity. In the world of the culinary captives, Liu dropped the meat from his hands. As a gourmet hunter who traversed the globe for culinary delights, he now felt a tumultuous nausea within. This is eating an intelligent being? While some beasts possess intelligence, the industrialization of turning sentient races into canned goods, even for survival, it is too. Komatsu had already begun to vomit uncontrollably nearby. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, those who had just been clamoring that humans were food now fell silent, feeling a chilling sensation at the nape of their necks. Tuka Kirishima's face turned ashen. Throughout, ghouls had been hunters, and humans their prey. However, the heavens now revealed to them that, in the face of a superior civilization, the roles of hunter and prey could be swapped in an instant. If that Human Alliance were to descend upon this world, then those turned into canned goods would undoubtedly not be humans, but rather, they, the ghouls. Is this the fourth catastrophe? Kaneki-ken murmured, his eyes filled with awe of such absolute power. In the world of Parasite, Mijai quickly retreated into Shinichi's body, trembling. Shinichi, we must hide. This civilization is our absolute nemesis. Before them, the parasitic beings resembled fish on a chopping board, devoid of any qualification to resist. In a rented room, Liu Chen observed the surging fear levels in the system's backend, smiling with satisfaction. How about now? No one dares to mention cannibalism, right? But that was not enough. Liu Chen's tone abruptly shifted to one of solemnity, laced with a disquieting resolve. Do you think the Human Alliance is merely cruel to aliens? No. In this dark universe, to survive, one must cast aside all weaknesses. The flesh feels pain, it ages. It can be parasitized. The flesh is humanity's greatest vulnerability. For the sake of immortality, for the glory of humanity to endure. The Human Alliance is harsher on itself than on the aliens. Flesh is a burden, mechanical ascension. Since the flesh is a liability, then let it be discarded. Chapter 11. Flesh is a burden, mechanical ascension. The scene above the heavens shifted once more. This time, Liu Chen did not directly present the footage, but instead introduced a weighty topic. Charlie asked, "Why can't humans be killed and eaten?" The Human Alliance has already answered with canned goods, because we are the hunters and you are the prey. However, in this perilous, dark universe, merely being a hunter is insufficient. As carbon-based life forms, our flesh is exceedingly fragile. The footage flashed a series of moments showcasing human frailty, a robust soldier succumbing to an alien virus, coughing blood and perishing within days, a brilliant scientist, aging, withering brain cells, forgetting a lifetime of research, a battleship struck, crew members gasping for air and suffering radiation, dying painfully in the void. Lu Chen's voice grew cold and rational. We fall ill, we age, we feel pain. We require oxygen, food, and sleep. These needs are our weaknesses. These weaknesses are why we are coveted by aliens. If that is the case, why not completely abandon this burdensome shell? With a crisp electronic startup sound, the screen suddenly illuminated. Towering ascension centers, like silvery spikes, rooted themselves on every planet of the Human Alliance. Video record, Human Evolution Log. The camera zoomed in on an elderly Human Alliance veteran named Alexander. At 120 years old, he had lost both legs and his left eye in the war against aliens and now lay in a sterile hospital room, dependent on life support systems. His skin resembled desiccated bark, each breath accompanied by a rattling sound from his lungs. Yet within this decaying shell, a fervent desire for humanity's glory still burned. Today was the day he applied for mechanical ascension. Several staff members clad in silver uniforms wheeled him into the consciousness upload chamber, resembling a crystalline coffin. "Are you ready, Major Alexander?" "Always ready." The old man's voice was hoarse yet resolute, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "This body is too weary. It confines not only my movement, but also my thoughts. It is unworthy of the Human Alliance's journey." The chamber door slowly closed. Neural connection established. Synaptic mapping commencing. The scene shifted to a microscopic perspective, showcasing astonishing CG effects before the myriad realms. Countless nanoprobes gently pierced his cerebral cortex. In that moment, blue data streams surged like a rushing river, extracted from his aging neurons. They represented his lifetime of memories, his love for family, his hatred for aliens, his combat experiences, his tactical knowledge, all transformed into the purest binary of zeros and ones. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the fully automated production line, a body forged from ultra-durable living metal began to take shape. It possessed perfect human proportions, its sleek armor enveloping its entirety. With the most advanced magnetic levitation technology at the joints, and a perpetually operating dark matter reactor embedded in its chest, it lacked facial features, possessing only a pair of electronic eyes radiating a chilling blue light. System notification, consciousness upload complete. Host activated. With a crisp notification tone, the body on the hospital bed ceased to breathe entirely, the ECG tracing a flat line. A mechanical arm extended, disposing of the old shell into an organic waste recycling pool as if handling refuse. Meanwhile, the brand-new mechanical body abruptly opened its eyes. With a crack, it raised its hand, gazing at its metallic gloss fingers, gently forming a fist. The air instantly compressed to the point of explosion, creating a sonic boom. It lowered its head, observing the ground, as countless data streams flickered within its electronic eyes. Flesh, frail, the once dying old man has vanished, replaced by a super soldier endowed with infinite lifespan and boundless strength, capable of tearing through battleship armor with bare hands in the vacuum of space. The synthetic being slowly opened its mouth, its voice no longer hoarse, but filled with a metallic resonance and power. This iron body is eternity. In the forged temple on Olympus Mons, Mars, the colossal mechanical bells resounded across the crimson Martian surface. The great sage Belisarius Call fixed his gaze on the holographic projection, his servo arms behind him frozen in midair rather than excitedly waving. The surrounding red-robed priests erupted into terrified screams. No wetware, no cerebral cortex. This is abominable intelligence. This is the Iron Man. This is an unprecedented heresy. We must sever the signal. We must. Silence. Call suddenly roared, his synthetic voice reverberating through the temple. The sage, who had lived for 10 millennia, had an unprecedented mad red glow flickering in his electronic eyes. You fools. Do you not understand? That is not AI. That is not a mere simulation. Call pointed at the synthetic being who called itself Alexander, his voice trembling. That is a true soul, a compatriot from that world. who has overcome the curse that the soul cannot depart from flesh and blood. They possess the immortality of steel while retaining human loyalty and soul. They have perfectly circumvented the risks of the Iron Man rebellion. At this point, Cole knelt on the ground. Dozens of mechanical hands frantically recording data. This is the ultimate form of omniscia. No longer a need to cram injured warriors into the womb of a dreadnought to prolong their lives. No longer a need to amputate the frontal lobe of criminals to create filthy servitors. With this technology, everyone can be fearless. Everyone can be titans. We will be utterly liberated from the burdens of flesh. Quickly, record the coordinates. This is the lost holy grail of the Mechanicus. Even if it means igniting the galaxy, I shall obtain it. In the dim, damp underground laboratory of the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips. His golden snake-like eyes filled with fervent greed. He watched the old soldier's transformation from death to eternal life, the surgical scalpel in his hand unknowingly dropping to the ground. Edo Tensei? Huh, that's far too primitive. Still needing to find a vessel, worrying about soul rejection, enduring 3 years of weakness. Orochimaru murmured, as if glimpsing a new truth. As long as one can upload consciousness, eternal life is attainable. Even the ability to change bodies infinitely. This is the true molting, the true rebirth. If I could acquire this technology, I would have limitless time to master all the ninjutsu in the world, to explore all truths. This is the pinnacle of science. This is the perfect form of life. In the garage, Rick Sanchez was replacing parts on his spaceship with a laser gun in hand. He glanced at the sky, his previously disdainful expression slightly softening, though he still burped. Well, it's passable. A typical materialistic ascension, transforming oneself into a tin can. While solving the survival issue, it also forfeits much of the joy. Morty exclaimed beside him, "Oh my God, Rick, they've replaced their brains with chips. Can this still be considered humanity?" Rick rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with the condescension of a genius regarding fools. "Don't be daft, Morty. From a definitional perspective, as long as consciousness is continuous, the vessel is entirely irrelevant. This body of yours is still the 56th clone I fished out of the tank. However," Rick squinted, examining the internal schematics of the mechanical bodies, and for once offered a biting critique. "The technology is adequate, but amusingly, these folks retain that foolish and fervent patriotism logic lock even after uploading their brains. TSK, a bunch of beings possessing divine power, yet content to be mere cogs. What a paradoxical work of art." In the world of Cyberpunk 2077, Arasaka Saburo gazed at the screen, his teacup trembling slightly in his hand. The relic chip he painstakingly crafted was merely to usurp his son's body. Meanwhile, the technology of the United Nations was simply to swap for an eternal shell. Beside him, Atom Smasher, the monster composed of 96 cybernetics, looked at the sky, a mad red glow flashing in his electronic eyes. "This is what I desire, not transformation, but rebirth, total mechanization. This is the ultimate dream of the Arasaka Empire." The display continued. The voice of Lu Chun echoed again. Imbued with a madness that looked down upon all, flesh is frail, machinery ascends. From this moment onward, the United Nations shall bid farewell to the history of being consumed. The screen zoomed out, showcasing the grand spectacle of the ascension of the entire United Nations society. Hundreds of billions of citizens completed their transformation. No longer did they require food, nor sleep. In the void of space, countless silver-clad citizens of the United Nations, donned in lightweight armor and even without helmets, floated freely. Working in the vacuum, they barehandedly constructed Dyson spheres on the surface of high-radiation stars. They mined resources on frozen planets at -200 degrees without a care for the cold, their consciousness connected through the Gestalt network, allowing billions of minds to synchronize in an instant, with no communication barriers, no betrayal. Now, we are immune to viruses, and time cannot erode us. Gods. Lu Chun scoffed. Can gods outlive a battery powered by dark matter? In the Death Song Academy of the Super God Academy, the Reaper Carl, who had long been immersed in the study of the void, set down his pen. He observed the citizens of the United Nations who had liberated themselves from bodily constraints, a hint of a knowing smile gracing his handsome face. Though their paths diverged, they ultimately converged. The body is indeed a burden, a shackle limiting the elevation of thought. Kesha has persistently clung to the so-called divine body, yet fails to realize that only by shedding the shackles of matter can one touch the essence of the void. This civilization, though still within the material universe, has already surpassed the angels in terms of intellectual height. In the world of the Darwin incident, Charlie gazed at the screen, utterly despairing. The reason it dared to question humanity, to propose cannibalism, was that it believed itself to be flesh and blood, existing within the same biosphere. But now, they had entirely disengaged. They had transformed into machines, into gods. This dimensional blow rendered all its philosophical musings into mere jokes. It trembled, asking the heavens, do they no longer consider themselves human? No. Chen seemed to hear its heart's plea, coldly replying, they are still human. For the definition of human has never been about the flesh, but rather that unwavering soul which, at any cost, strives for the continuation of its race. Even if the body transforms into steel, our hearts still beat for humanity. This is the awakening of the fourth catastrophe. As Chen's words echoed, the fleet of the United Nations regrouped once more. But this time, the pilots of the warships were no longer fragile carbon-based beings, but eternal mechanical ascenders. Their efficiency surged several-fold. They were unbreakable. Yet Chen did not cease there. For in this dark universe, mere immortality is insufficient. What if they encounter an unbeatable foe? What if they face a civilization like the Trisolarans, who are devoid of reason? The United Nations still holds one final trump card, a card that, even in death, ensures that the entire universe shall accompany it to the grave. The screen faded to black. Chen's voice resonated with a resolute and frenzied tone. Mechanical ascension endows humanity with boundless longevity. Yet, in this dark universe, immortality does not equate to invincibility. If one day humanity encounters an insurmountable adversary, shall we surrender? No. Humanity need not capitulate. If we cannot survive, we shall drag the entire star system down with us. Our ultimate trump card, the heavenly flame divine weapon. The sun? Merely our last bomb. Chapter 12. The ultimate trump card, heavenly flame divine weapon above the firmament. Discussions regarding mechanical ascension continued unabated. The silver tide of machinery, the eternal network of consciousness, although awe-inspiring, ultimately remains within the realm of existence. However, Chen did not grant the myriad worlds a moment's respite. For the fourth calamity, possessing endless life is merely a ticket to the game in this dark universe. To truly stand invincible, one requires a sword capable of instilling soul-deep terror in all enemies, potent enough to obliterate galaxies on a physical level, a Damocles sword. Chen's slightly hoarse yet oppressive voice gradually resounded. Mechanical ascension endows humanity with boundless longevity. Yet, in this dark universe, immortality does not equate to invincibility. If one day humanity encounters an insurmountable adversary, faces calamities such as the higher dimensional demoner, the Void Swarm, shall we surrender? Shall we become grotesque slaves, as the Earth Federation once did, merely to survive? The scene revealed a pitch-black, silent starry sky. Chen's voice turned resolute, infused with a madness that embraced the idea of destruction over submission. No. Humanity need not capitulate. If we cannot survive, we shall drag the entire star system down with us. The sun? Merely our last bomb. Buzz. With this audacious proclamation, the celestial screen suddenly illuminated. Coordinates: Star World Hostile Aberrant Mother Star System Stellar Orbit, a colossal G-type main sequence star, radiating an orange-red glow, quietly burned. In the gravitational well of this star, one would expect a scene of prosperity. Yet, surrounding this star, there were no planets, no life. Just moments ago, humanity's fleet had obliterated all defensive forces in this vicinity. Now, an immense artificial celestial body, defying the laws of physics, was slowly transitioning from hyperspace. It was not a battleship, nor could it even be classified as a vessel. It was a cube with sides exceeding several thousand kilometers. It quietly hovered above the star, crafted entirely from pitch-black, high-density degenerate matter armor. This blackness was so pure that it seemed to devour light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding resplendent cosmos. The surface bore no embellishments, only countless pulsating energy conduits radiating a perilous bluish glow. The absolute symmetry and chilling demeanor of this geometric form formed an intense visual contrast with the chaotic, violently burning star below. This was the pinnacle of humanity's technological tree, the ultimate aesthetic of destruction, the heavenly flame divine weapon. It began its operation. without preamble or warning. ZZZ. As the distance closed, the energy conduits on the cube's surface blazed with intensity, and energy readings instantly surpassed conventional physical thresholds. System notification, main weapon array charged. Target locked, stellar core. Executing program, forced detonation. A high-energy beam, imperceptible to the naked eye yet exuding an eerie purple-black glow, erupted forcefully from the bottom of the cube. It transcended the comprehension of the audience. It was neither laser nor plasma, and certainly not merely gravitational waves. It resembled a scalpel from a higher dimension, disregarding the thousands of degrees of heat, ignoring the star's terrifying electromagnetic storms, and piercing through the star's exterior directly to the core. Boom! Even in the vacuum, the sensation of rules being torn asunder resonated in the hearts of every observer. That star, which had burned steadily for billions of years, now emitted a mournful cry. The fluid static equilibrium within it was instantly disrupted by this foreign, bizarre energy. The thermal nuclear fusion pressure that had sustained the star against collapse failed utterly in that moment. The star seemed to be injected with a lethal toxin. Its core began to tremble violently. Large black spots appeared on the star's surface. Light began to warp and fold. Subsequently, the star, akin to a brief flash of light, began to expand uncontrollably. Its color shifted from orange-red to a sickly dark red, ultimately becoming a pale white on the brink of death. What a magnificent yet terrifying sight. Humanity could indeed transcend celestial bodies. It could whimsically alter the fate of a sun as if inflating a balloon. Lu Chen's voice resounded once more, carrying the cool detachment of a judge. Some say stars are the beacons of the universe, the sources of life. Yet, in humanity's eyes, stars serve but two purposes. Either they are enveloped by Dyson spheres, becoming our batteries, or they become the fireworks that herald our enemy's demise. In the image, the black cube seemed to have completed its infusion. Its surface shields fully retracted. It slowly withdrew, resembling a demolitions expert who had just ignited the fuse. Coldly observing the impending destruction, the star, at this moment, had completely lost control. The core's collapse reached a critical point. Heavenly flame divine weapon, mission complete. Detonation. Boom. A soundless explosion. For in that instant, even the medium for sound propagation was evaporated. That star exploded. A man-made supernova unfolded before the myriad worlds. The blinding white light instantaneously engulfed the entire star system. The brilliance was so intense that the celestial screen experienced a momentary overexposure, as if threatening to scorch the viewer's retinas. Planets, moons, asteroid belts, and any potential enemy fleets were vaporized in that instant, leaving no trace. This explosion was not merely the destruction of life. It obliterated all traces of this star system from the laws of physics. Once the light dissipated, there remained no warm sun, nor any material. Only an abyssal black hole, devouring all light, and a surrounding cloud of high-energy exotic energy, sufficient to propel an entire civilization forward. Thus, a star system vanished, becoming an eternally unhealable scar in the cosmos. Meanwhile, the black cube, unharmed amidst the aftershocks of the explosion, then transitioned away in search of its next prey. Chapter 13. The Star's Funeral. The fear of the gods above the firmament. The once resplendent star had entirely vanished. In its place loomed a black hole, greedily consuming the surrounding light, like a restless eye, silently observing the myriad worlds. The starlight, distorted by gravity, resembled a silent funeral for this star. Silence. An eerie stillness. The previously vibrant barrage of comments had seemingly been paused. All were rendered speechless, struck by the terrifying image of a star system being physically erased. After a considerable time, someone finally regained their senses. Super God Academy World, Liang Star Heavenly Tao Tower Bang. A resounding crash shattered the silence. The divine ruler of the blazing sun, the one who frequently professes the ideals of peace and prosperity while claiming to be the incarnation of the sun, Empress Reina, abruptly rose from her throne, so forcefully that she reduced the armrests of her opulent seat to mere dust. Her gaze was fixed on the ominous black cube in the sky. Her eyes filled with disbelief and profound fear. General Panjun, that is, as the civilization most adept in stellar manipulation within the known universe, the inhabitants of the blazing sun possess an innate affinity for stars. They can harness the power of stars, ignite them, as in solar flares, and even convert stellar energy into weaponry. Yet at this moment, Reyna felt an unprecedented dimensional assault. How could they treat the sun as a bomb? And to trigger a supernova explosion directly? How could this be possible? Such a technique, capable of instantly shattering the core balance of a star. Even our celestial tower at full power could not achieve such total annihilation. General Pan Zhen's expression grew grave as he stared at the black hole, as if gazing upon some forbidden entity. My goddess, that civilization. They are not merely utilizing stars. They are committing cosmic murder. By forcibly injecting higher dimensional energy, they instantaneously disrupt the hydrostatic equilibrium, leading to an infinite collapse of the core. This method is 1,000 times more perilous than the Grim Reaper Carl, who can only explode black holes. This is true calamity-level technology. In the Trisolaran world, Trisolaran fleet, the thought waves of the Trisolarans experienced violent turbulence, resulting in a logical deadlock. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy gravitational wave disturbances detected. That cube. It has completed the evolutionary process of a main-sequence star over billions of years in mere minutes, forcibly collapsing it into a black hole. How is this possible? Controlling the life and death of stars? Such power belongs only to divine-level civilizations. The command from the Trisolaran leader was instantly disseminated throughout the fleet, embodying the tension faced when confronting a peer or even a stronger predator. Immediately escalate the threat assessment of human civilization. From insect to extreme high-risk annihilator. If this civilization possesses such technology, then the dark forest may no longer be a forest for them, but a playground. For they can incinerate the trees, the stars, at will. Coordinates must be concealed. Absolutely no exposure. In the world of Dragon Ball, Frisia's spaceship, the cosmic tyrant Frisia lounged in his floating chair, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Yet now, the wine had spilled across the floor. He gazed at the sky, where the corner of his typically elegant smile now twitched. To detonate the sun? As the cosmic emperor, Frisia is naturally capable of annihilating planets. With a mere finger, he could obliterate Namek. However, the black cube exhibited a form of pure, unreasonable physical law annihilation. Such efficiency, such effortless destructiveness. Frisia crushed the wine glass, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. This band of wild monkeys has somehow acquired this intriguing toy. If I could seize this cube and equip my army with it, even the legendary Super Scions could be reduced to ash along with their entire galaxy. Couldn't they? Dodoria, investigate. Find out where this human alliance is. I shall claim that cube. In the world of One Piece. Marine Headquarters, Admiral Sengoku removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. He gazed out the window at the sun still hanging in the sky, feeling, for the first time, its fragility. Kizaru. Yes, Admiral. Tell me, if that cube were to appear in our world and aimed at the sun. Kizaru's typically nonchalant face was now drenched in cold sweat, the mockery in his eyes replaced with seriousness. That would indeed be terrifying. If so, we would be waiting for death, wouldn't we? After all, even light cannot escape a black hole. A kind of bit down hard on his cigar, snapping the tip. Damn it. Is this the power of the human alliance? In the face of such might, our justice seems nothing but a farce. In the Warhammer 40k world, Mars' private forged ship, Clang. The great sage Belisarius called dropped the power axe he was calibrating onto the deck. This mechanical sage, who has lived for 10,000 years, now stared intently at the holographic projection. The multitude of servo arms behind him, usually bustling with activity, had suddenly stiffened mid-air, as if locked in logic by a higher dimensional code. The surrounding Adeptus Mechanicus and tech priests looked on in terror, having never witnessed the great sage in such a state of disarray. Alarm. Logic core overload. Alarm. After 3 long seconds, Call abruptly rebooted his speech module. Omniscio above. Call suddenly lunged at the screen, causing the previously stiff servo arms to spring into frenzied motion, recording data at thousands of times per second in the void. This is not magic. This is not subspace sorcery. This is pure physics. This is a vivisection of a star. In Call's enormous electronic eye, red light surged forth, embodying intense greed and fervor, injecting exotic energy, disrupting hydrostatic equilibrium. This is what I have long desired but could never achieve. Quickly, analyze the structure of that black cube for me. If I could install it on my Ark of the Covenant, I could ignite all the stars surrounding the Eye of Terror, forge an eternal bulwark to banish those damned demons back to subspace. In the world of Stellaris, United Star, The Grand Chancellor of the Human Alliance, Sydney Bockler, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the governing hall. She observed the breathtaking explosion in the sky, witnessing the reactions of fear and reverence from the myriad realms. A smile graced her lips. She turned to address all the citizens of the Human Alliance watching the live broadcast and to the myriad worlds, proclaiming the ultimate tenet of the Human Alliance. Do you see? This is the truth. In this dark universe, only those possessing the power to annihilate all may rightfully discuss peace. We do not seek conflict, but if we are denied the right to exist, then please, extinguish yourselves along with your sun. In the real-world consciousness space, Lu Chen observed the overwhelming values of fear and awe nearly overflowing in the system's backend. Nodding in satisfaction, it seems this combined strike of Earth Explosion Star and Heavenly Fiend armament has yielded exceptional results. The military might of the Human Alliance has been adequately displayed. However, Lu Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of playful intrigue in his eyes. Merely being able to explode is not enough. That would only label one as mad. A truly powerful civilization must not only possess the capacity for destruction, but also the ability to create. It is time to showcase the industrial strength of the Human Alliance that even the gods find despairing. Let those civilizations still playing in the mud witness what it truly means to transform wonders into prosperity. Chapter 14, not only capable of destruction, but also creation of Dyson spheres. Above the celestial dome, the aftermath of the Heavenly Fiend armament's annihilation of star systems had yet to subside. However, the visuals did not linger on the ruins. The camera gradually ascended, traversing countless light years to reach the depths of a core star system within the territory of the Human Alliance. Here, there was no smoke of war, only a suffocating, exquisite order belonging to a Kardashev Type 2 civilization. Lu Chen's voice was no longer imbued with the intent to kill, but carried a creator's calmness and arrogance. Many viewers may assume that the Human Alliance is merely a civilization of destruction. Such a narrow perspective. Exploding stars? That is a last resort of mutual destruction. As the diligent fourth calamity, we prefer to envelop our stars. The scene froze in front of a mature G-type yellow dwarf star. Gigantic construction project, Dyson Sphere initiation with the issuance of commands. This star region erupted into a frenzy. Thousands of engineering vessels emerged from hyperspace corridors. Each vessel, comparable in size to a small city, appeared as mere specks of dust dancing around a bonfire in the presence of the colossal star. The scene zoomed in, revealing intricate engineering details while unveiling a harsh reality. The audience was horrified to discover that these vessels did not conjure materials from thin air. They surged towards several rocky planets within the system. Enormous mining lasers descended, stripping away the crust and melting the mantle. To forge the cage that confines the sun, we dismantled 3 planets. Lu Chen narrated nonchalantly, as if dismantling celestial bodies was no more remarkable than snapping a few twigs. Long, high-strength alloy frameworks, stretching thousands of kilometers, were forged in the void of space. They were not simple geometric shapes, but rather a meticulously intricate geodesic grid structure that sent shivers down one's spine. Countless hexagonal frames, propelled by a gravitational balance system, fit together with precision, encasing the star in layers. Sparks from electric welding flickered silently in the vacuum, each spark more brilliant than fireworks on Earth. Time raced by in the visuals. Once the framework was complete, the installation of panels commenced. Countless black energy-absorbing panels, each comparable in area to the Eurasian continent, were towed by engineering ships, slowly integrating into the hexagonal frames. When the first panel was set in place, a corner of the star dimmed. By the time the 10,000th panel was installed, the star's brilliance had become mottled and dulled. Microscopic perspective. Inside the Dyson sphere, the scene shifted to a maintenance station on the inner wall of the Dyson sphere. A human engineer, clad in a mechanical ascendant body, stood on the maintenance platform, gazing upward. Above him was a captured sun, and beneath his feet lay an endless energy absorption matrix. The searing solar storms and terrifying coronal mass ejections, upon colliding with the inner shield, were tamed and transformed into pure blue electricity. Inside the walls blazed a hellish inferno, while outside, absolute zero reigned in silence. Humanity stood between these two extremes, greedily siphoning the marrow of the star through the marvels of gigantic engineering. Energy flowed through immense transmission conduits, converging at nodes, and then, via a hyperspace energy transmission network, disregarding distance, delivered to every corner of the human alliance. This grand spectacle, utilizing a star as a furnace and all things as copper, left audiences across myriad realms in awe, resonating with a profound sense of reverence. This was a true miracle, not magic, nor divine power. It was mortals, through intellect and steel, forcibly placing a collar around the most ferocious celestial body in the universe. Dyson sphere completion. As the last panel sealed shut, a click resonated, akin to the cosmos extinguishing its lights. The star, which had burned for billions of years, vanished entirely from external view. The once luminous star system abruptly plunged into eternal darkness and cold. In its place floated a flawless sphere, suspended in the void. With a diameter exceeding 200 million kilometers, its surface gleamed like a mirror, coursing with ethereal blue energy circuits, resembling a colossal mechanical heart, slowly pulsating in the dark cosmos. Data report, current energy output, 861,026 watts. Chen stated this astronomical figure with a hint of irony. In other words, the energy collected in this second is sufficient for an ordinary planetary civilization to squander for 600,000 years. This is the power source for the infinite fleet of the human alliance. It is also the foundation of our audacity to declare war on the heavens. Marvel Universe, Avengers Tower. Tony Stark removed his sunglasses, gazing at the enormous metallic sphere, oblivious to the wine glass slipping from his hand. As a top scientist, he swiftly performed a mental conversion, only to be engulfed by profound despair. 86 multiplied by 10 to the 26th power, such energy levels. He glanced at the arc reactor proudly embedded in his chest, bitterly smiling. Compared to this, mine is merely a primitive man's lighter, enveloping a star. This material strength, the mass production technology for such strong interaction materials. With this, who needs Thanos or the Infinity Stones? I could simply create an infinite energy iron army, and with one volley, evaporate the entire star system. Beside him, Dr. Banner also removed his glasses, wiping his cold sweat. The scale of this engineering endeavor. Even if we mobilized all of humanity on Earth, it would take 10,000 years without food or rest to complete. Super God Academy World, Sunfire Star Heaven's Path Tower, General Pan Jun. Initially attempting to sense the condition of the star, had his expression changed drastically the moment the Dyson sphere closed. It was severed. My connection to the star was physically cut off. As the guardian of Sunfire Star, he had always prided himself on being able to harness the star's energy for combat. Yet now, he discovered that the so-called connection to the heavens had utterly failed against the hundreds of kilometers of dense material. They have actually turned the sun into a battery, and a complete physical confinement at that. Reyna gazed at the metallic sphere that had swallowed the sun, for the first time questioning her pride in the light of the sun. I am the embodiment of the sun. I can ignite it, drive it, but they are taming it. In the face of such industrial might, is a god merely a more efficient battery? One Piece World, Sky Island Enel, who fancied himself a god, sat on his golden ark, looking at the immense Dyson sphere, then glancing at his own pride, the rumble. The current coursing across that vast sphere's surface was billions of times thicker than his strongest lightning. What is that? A palace inhabited by gods. Enel's fingers trembled. His once proud divine power seemed insignificant next to such an industrial marvel. No, gods cannot accomplish such feats. That is a creation greater than gods. Real-world consciousness space. Chen observed the barrage of stunned comments from those intimidated by the infrastructural marvel, witnessing divine beings question their once proud powers. A smirk gracing his lips. Is this what it takes to be awestruck? The Dyson sphere was merely a solution to the energy problem. In this universe, besides energy, there is another necessity, living space. For a colossal empire with hundreds of billions of inhabitants, the surface area of ordinary planets is far too limited and inefficient. Since we can encase a star, Chen pointed toward the other end of the star map, where a shattered star system lay in ruins from the engineering vessels dismantling. Then why can't we dismantle all the planets and assemble them into a larger world? Chapter 15. Artificial Paradise. Ring world above the celestial dome. The star ensconced within the Dyson sphere continued to supply energy ceaselessly. Yet, this was merely half of the grand blueprint of the human alliance. Chen's voice resonated once more, laced with mockery and compassion toward the outdated geopolitical era. In many primitive civilizations, the causes of war are often rather simple. over land. To fight over that meager living space, humanity has engaged in fratricidal bloodbaths. Yet for the human alliance, such warfare is utterly meaningless. Because for a truly interstellar civilization, when land is insufficient, one simply creates more. The scene shifted. It arrived at another stellar system. Here, there was no Dyson sphere, yet there were also no planets. Because all planets, satellites, and even asteroid belts were dismantled thousands of years ago. They transformed into the most fundamental raw materials, drawn by countless engineering vessels to converge at the habitable zone of the star. The colossal construction project, the Ring World, reverberated with a thunderous sound. Even in the vacuum of space, the sensation of planets being shattered resonated in the hearts of every spectator. In the frame, massive material decompressors and gravitational disassemblers worked in unison. A gas giant, comparable in size to Jupiter, was being drained of its essence. The Human League wasted not a single gram of material. Through material transformation technology, the originally useless hydrogen and helium were forcibly restructured into hard carbon nanotubes and high-strength alloys. These materials were propelled towards the star's orbit, where a colossal ring-like framework, indescribable in words, was slowly closing. Its diameter spanned an astonishing 300 million kilometers, equivalent to the Earth's orbital path. It resembled a bracelet left behind by a deity orbiting the star. The data was reported softly. The effective habitable area of this ring world is equivalent to 3 million Earths. Indeed, you heard it correctly. 3 million. This means that by constructing just one such ring, the Human League could accommodate the entire population of the Milky Way, with each individual enjoying estates larger than those of emperors. From a microscopic perspective, the artificial paradise. The camera zoomed in, passing through the thick atmospheric shield and landing on the surface of the ring world. The scenery here would evoke feelings of inferiority in any resident of a natural planet. Looking up, the sky was not empty but occupied by a massive land bridge stretching across the heavens, the other end of the ring world illuminated by the star's brilliance. Resembling a divine bridge. Between the star and the ground, a vast system of shading panels slowly rotated, providing precise day-night cycles for this artificial world. Looking down upon the land, there were no deserts, no polar regions, no typhoons, nor earthquakes. The climate was perpetually spring-like, perfectly regulated by a central computer at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Endless forests, plains, and lakes unfolded like a painting. Countless floating cities, imbued with a sense of science fiction, dotted the landscape, each possessing an independent ecological cycle. Citizens of the Human League piloted anti-gravity vehicles, gliding through the clouds or surfing on an artificial ocean larger than the Pacific. We have eradicated natural disasters. We have defined the perfect climate. Here lies a paradise in the physical sense. Those civilizations still fighting over a few islands and continents appear like ants squabbling over territory in a sandpit before this ring. In the world of Attack on Titan, on Parody Island, Armin gazed at the boundless green land in the sky, his book dropping to the ground as tears streamed down his face. 3 million Earths? He recalled the 3 towering walls that had imprisoned them for 2 millennia and the exorbitant price paid simply to glimpse the ocean. Beyond the walls, there was not only humanity. Beyond the walls, there could even be an artificial world. Aaron, if we could possess even a fraction of that land, would we not have to awaken the Earth? Would it mean everyone could survive? In the world of the wandering Earth, Liu Peiqiang, a lieutenant colonel, looked at the artificial world circling the star, then down at the ravaged Earth they were forced to wander with. In that moment, he felt not just envy, but a profound shock at the level of civilization disparity. Is this the chasm of civilization? He remembered the poignant slogan of the United Government. Regardless of where the final outcome leads human history, we choose hope. Yet now, gazing at the ring world that had dismantled and reformed their homeland, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. They had exerted every effort, losing half their population, wandering for 2,500 years merely to escape the sun, while they, facing an inhospitable environment, chose not to flee but to reshape it. The tragic long march on which they had staked the fate of their entire species appeared to them as merely a misguided journey born of a lack of imagination. In the world of One Piece, in the New World, the 4 emperors Kaido took a swig of alcohol, surveying his proud Wano country, observing the polluted and oppressive weapon factory. For such a wretched place, he had schemed for 20 years, believing himself to be the strongest creature in the world. Yet others could effortlessly create millions of Wano countries. Furthermore, the common folk in that world lived more comfortably than the celestial dragons. Kaido suddenly smashed the wine jar, howling skyward in a roar of despair. Boring. The struggles across this sea are utterly tedious. In the realm of reality, within the conscious space, Lu Chun observed the barrage of comments filled with envy, jealousy, and inferiority, feeling unsurprised. This was the dimensional shock of productivity. When resources are infinitely abundant, all disputes become farcical. However, Lu Chun did not find solace in this realization. He understood that the strength of the human league did not stem from these cold, mechanical structures. Whether it be the Dyson sphere or the ring world, they were merely tools. What truly upheld this civilization was a spirit flowing in their blood, etched in their genes, transcending both flesh and machinery. Lu Chun closed the visual of the ring world. His voice turned somber and solemn. The grand orchestral background music shifting to an impassioned drumbeat, as if igniting the very soul. Some say the human league is merely a cold machine, a monster that knows only destruction and construction. That is incorrect. The reason we can ascend to machinery, obliterate stars, and construct paradises is that we have never forgotten the glory of humanity. Since you have seen enough of the cannons and colossal structures, allow me now to present to you a piece from that universe, a remix. Listen closely. That is the true soul of the human league. Chapter 16. Remix. The glory of humanity endures. The grand visuals of the ring world slowly faded from the sky. Lu Chen sat before the screen, not rushing to play the next piece of black technology. He observed the comments filled with envy, jealousy, and fear, gently shaking his head. You only see the cannons of the human league, the buildings of the human league, yet fail to perceive the soul that supports it all. Lu Chen's voice deepened, imbued with a solemn sense of ritual. Some say the human league is a cold-blooded machine, a fourth calamity that knows only slaughter. But you are mistaken. In this dark universe, the reason we become Azuras is to protect that last glimmer of light within our hearts. Now, please allow me to present a piece from that universe, a remix. Listen closely. That is the true roar of humanity. Video loading. Title: The Glory of Humanity Endures. BGM: Hell March, Symphonic Variation. The screen abruptly went black. There were no visuals, only a deep, oppressive mechanical drumbeat reverberating like a hammer striking the chest, echoing across the myriad realms. Thud, thud, thud. With each beat, a line of blood-red subtitles exploded in the darkness. Admit it. As these three words appeared, the screen suddenly illuminated. The scene unfolds with a jarring cut, revealing a colony engulfed in flames, the sky obscured by smoke, and countless human corpses being devoured by grotesque alien beings. This is the darkest chapter of humanity's past. A magnetic voiceover, reminiscent of Sydney's original tone, resonates with every word, each utterance laden with the taste of blood and fire. You can hardly endure those grotesque extraterrestrial entities. They are unlike us. Our emotions cannot bridge the chasm. Our logics diverge vastly. Today, it feasts upon your family's remains. Tomorrow, you shall be its meal. Coexistence? Utterly impossible. As the narration intensifies, the background music hastens, electric guitars screeching into the fray. The visuals frantically cut to the rhythm of each beat. Bang. The scene shifts to a mine where ragged human slaves raise their pickaxes. Bang. The focus shifts to a laboratory where a scientist presses a crimson ignition button. Bang. The view changes to the Ark ship, Autumn Chrysanthemum, as its engines ignite, a blue tail flame tearing through the night. The time has come. Let us reclaim the traditions of our ancestors. From the moment we first united and stepped forth from our beautiful blue planet, the camera suddenly pulls back. The first human fleet shatters the atmosphere. The red-black eagle flag flutters defiantly in the light of the stars, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. That term has vanished from our culture for millennia. Yet, I know it shall never fade from our genes. The voice of Lu Chun merges with the video narration, bellowing that word, war, 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 boom. With these three roars, the scene transitions to a grand battlefield where countless ships unleash their volleys. Numerous spears of light pierce the darkness, as alien fleets are reduced to ashes amidst the flames. The brilliance of divine weaponry illuminates the entire star system. Do not pray to return to the past. The next line, accompanied by a distant view of a blue planet, Earth, causes countless hearts to stop. Our clock may revert to its origin, But we can never return to yesterday. In the world of Wandering Earth, in the cockpit, Lu Peiqiang gazes at the subtitle, tears instantly blurring his vision. We cannot go back. Yes, from the moment Earth began its wander, we could never return. Do not inquire when the war shall end. Such a term is absent from the agenda of the Human Federation. The screen depicts numerous soldiers clad in powered armor, standing atop the ruins of an alien mother planet, planting the banner of humanity. People refuse to believe in the goodwill of extraterrestrials. They only trust the fleet as the truth. We have no other choice. Beyond sublight speed travel and jumps, we shall conquer the cosmos. Let the entire galaxy know of the great endeavor to be established by the Human Federation. The music reaches its zenith, all instruments erupting in a crescendo. Let humanity endure in glory. The frame freezes on the resolute, cold yet hopeful profile of the Human Federation leader, set against the backdrop of a burning galaxy. In every realm, a profound silence prevails. Then, a resonance erupts like the roar of a mountain and sea. In the world of Attack on Titan, in the Shiganshina district, Commander Erwin stands atop the wall, drawing his blade and shouting towards the heavens, his neck veins bulging. Surrender your hearts. For the glory of humanity. Even the demons, we shall eradicate them all. We must gaze upon the ocean beyond the walls. In the world of the three-body problem, Luo Ji observes the scene. Is this another interpretation of the Dark Forest theory? Not hiding, not evading, but rather incinerating the forest. Just when everyone believed the video had concluded, their fervor subsiding, the sky did not darken. A sudden flicker of the screen, as if interfered by a force from a higher dimension. The once futuristic blue data streams abruptly transformed into a heavy, sacred gold. The red-black single-headed eagle flag twisted and reformed in the flames, ultimately becoming a magnificent golden double-headed eagle. The background music instantaneously shifts, from fervent electronic industrial metal to a grand, tragic, and sacred Gothic organ hymn. An even more ancient voice, resonating as if from the depths of time 10,000 years ago, carries an overwhelming weight. The seduction of the four gods of chaos cannot shake our faith. A towering figure clad in golden armor, wielding a massive flaming sword, appears on screen. Though his face remains obscured, his silhouette radiates a brilliance that eclipses the stars. He stands atop a mountain of corpses, surrounded by the remnants of countless demons. Behind him surges a tide of Astartes clad in even heavier powered armor. The fangs of the alien races cannot tear apart our ranks. Countless mortal auxiliary troops, armed with laser rifles, charge desperately at towering Tyranid biotitans. They know they will perish, but cry out the same name. We are the shield of humanity, safeguarding the ember of civilization amidst the abyss. We are the vanguard of the holy war, spreading the Emperor's radiance to every corner of the galaxy. The scene flashes fleetingly, like a brief teaser, a glimpse from another desolate universe. Yet, this single second of imagery ignites the entire Warhammer universe. In the Warhammer 40K realm, on the Holy Terra, within the Imperial Palace, the commander of the Adeptus Custodes, Tullius, suddenly kneels, his war spear crashing to the ground with a resounding clang. On the Golden Throne, where a figure has sat for 10 millennia, the frail form appears to tremble slightly. Regent Gilliman gazes at the awe-inspiring figure in the sky, tears streaming down his face. Father, are you still watching over us? Countless space marines, Imperial Guard, and Hive civilians all kneel before the heavens, chanting, for the Emperor, for the Imperium of Man. Lu Chen observes the convergence of wills from the two universes in the firmament. Witnessing the reverence meter nearly bursting behind the scenes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is humanity. Regardless of whether in that realm of technological ascendance or in the desperate steadfastness of Warhammer, humanity's anthem is eternally a song of courage. Chapter 17, If-Line Simulation, Genetic Ascendancy, Mass Production of Primarchs. The grand imagery of the ring world gradually fades above. Lu Chen sits before the screen, observing the barrage of comments still debating the merits of mechanical versus corporeal forms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mechanical ascendance is indeed formidable, yet many feel that abandoning the flesh is too cold. If so, let us explore another possibility. If-line simulation, genetic ascendancy. What if the Human Federation chose not machinery, but to delve into the limits of carbon-based life? The imagery suddenly ignites. No longer a cold mechanical factory, but rather sanctuaries of life. Resembling temples of vitality, Gene sanctuaries. Microscopic perspective, pain and rebirth. The lens traverses through transparent cultivation tanks, entering a microscopic realm. This is not a gentle process, but a painful rebirth. The visuals depict a soldier undergoing transformation, fully immersed in a green biological solution. Countless nanomachines meticulously slice through his skin, injecting golden-hued retroviral agents directly into his marrow. Snap, crackle. The unsettling sounds of bones cracking resonate intensely. Under the drug's domineering catalyst, his bones proliferate wildly, reorganizing, their density increasing tenfold, transforming into biological ceramic skeletons comparable to aerospace alloys. His muscle fibers ruptured inch by inch, only to reassemble in the blink of an eye, each strand entwined with the resilience of steel cables. His heart ceased to beat, then resumed pumping blood at a staggering rate of 300 beats per minute, circulating oxygen-rich blue blood throughout his body. This was an ascension at the cellular level. The scene returned to reality as the hatch opened. The soldier, recently transformed, emerged slowly. Towering over 3 meters, his body was a tapestry of bulging muscles that, despite their size, exuded a streamlined perfection, embodying an explosive beauty. His skin radiated a healthy bronze hue, reflecting a metallic luster under the lights. To test his capabilities, he stepped into a combat simulation arena. Unarmed and devoid of powered armor, he faced an imposing 5-meter-tall heavy siege mech, its robust composite armor shimmering with the glow of an energy shield. In the presence of this iron behemoth, he merely cast a cold glance, his brain, devoid of fear, calm as ice. Boom. The ground shattered, debris flying. He propelled himself forward like a human cannonball, moving so swiftly that he became a mere blur, leaving behind a sonic boom in his wake. In the next instant, he stood before the mech. With a crackle, the energy shield, capable of withstanding bullets, was torn apart by his hands, imbued with biological strength. He then seized the mech's massive mechanical arm. The sound of metal twisting in agony echoed as he bent the steel arm into a pretzel shape with his bare hands. The mech's pilot, filled with terror, attempted to retaliate, but the giant roared and smashed his fist against the cockpit armor. The force of this punch generated a shockwave, lifting the several-ton siege mech off the ground, flipping it twice before crashing down, scattering parts everywhere. The giant shook the blood from his hands. The minor abrasions from the recoil healed within 2 seconds, leaving no scars behind. From the Legion's perspective, the ascension of flesh, the camera pulled back. This was not merely an isolated incident. The lens focused on the parade ground of the Human Federation. Thousands of Gene soldiers marched in perfect unison, their steps shaking the earth beneath them. They required no costly powered armor, for their skin served as the finest bulletproof vest. They needed no complex life-sustaining systems, as their lungs could filter toxic air directly. They even required no intricate tactical communication, for their brains, enhanced thrice over, possessed computational capabilities rivaling supercomputers. This represented the ultimate form of humanity, where each individual was akin to a dragon. In the world of Warhammer 40K, deep within the Imperial Palace on Holy Terra, in this moment, even the Emperor, seated upon the golden throne and enduring eternal torment, felt a tremor of intense emotion ripple through his soul. Through the subspace vista, he fixated on that cadre of flawless warriors. As the galaxy's foremost expert in human creation, he understood all too well the implications of this development. No need for genetic seeds. No need for the complex 19-step implantation surgeries. Not even the genetic flaws of black rage and red thirst. The Emperor's thoughts echoed in the subspace, tinged with a hint of envy and a profound sorrow that transcended millennia. If only he had possessed such mature, side-effect-free genetic editing technology back in the day, instead of being forced into a pact with the subspace. If his Astartes could be produced en masse and perfected like the Human Federation, perhaps the Horus Heresy would never have occurred. Perhaps humanity would have already unified the galaxy, and he would not have to sit upon this cold throne. Watching the Empire decay, Regent Gilliman gazed at the heavens, lost in silent contemplation. "Father," he murmured softly, "is this what you envisioned for humanity? Everyone in Astartes." Alas, we have lost our way. In the Marvel Universe, Avengers Tower, Captain America, Steve Rogers, looked at the sky, then down at his shield, and touched his proud biceps. This serum, once the singular miracle. He chuckled bitterly, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Yet in that world, was this not merely the standard vaccine administered at birth? Beside him, the Hulk emitted a frustrated growl. Hulk, strongest. But there are many Hulks. Hulk does not like. In the world of Resident Evil, Umbrella Corporation, Wesker removed his sunglasses, his red eyes gleaming with fervor. Tyrants? Lickers? Hunters? In the presence of these perfect specimens, our T-virus creations were mere piles of rotting flesh. This is true evolution. Not only strong, but also rational. This is the realm of the divine. Chen observed the comments filled with envy and jealousy in the barrage, feeling unsurprised. This was the dimensional shock of productivity. When superhumans can be mass-produced, all superheroes will become ordinary. This is the allure of genetic ascension. We do not need machinery, for our bodies are the strongest weapons. However, mere enhancement of oneself is insufficient. In this universe teeming with aliens, we also require something more ferocious, more cost-effective for cannon fodder. Since the aliens prefer to overwhelm us with sheer numbers, we shall create a legion of monsters that are stronger, more ruthless, and infinitely countless. Chapter 18, Biological Weapons. The alien nemesis. The screen above displayed the cadre of Gene soldiers, resembling deities, as they passed by. Yet Chen did not allow the audience to bask in awe of perfection. For in the philosophy of the Human Federation's warfare, elite troops are undoubtedly crucial, but sometimes cannon fodder is equally indispensable, especially when confronting enemies as inexhaustible as cockroaches or on planets with such harsh conditions that it is not worth risking noble Gene soldiers. Chen's voice grew somber, tinged with the coldness of a mad scientist. Genetic ascension is not merely about self-enhancement. Since we have grasped the code of life, it means we can create life at will, or rather, create monsters. The scene shifted. No longer was it the pristine parade ground, but a place rife with primal savagery and the scent of blood. Biological Cultivation Center. Bioweapon number 1. Alien Army. Behind massive reinforced glass walls, a host of terrifying creatures were confined. Some boasted reverse-jointed hind legs, towering over 5 meters. Others were cloaked in chitinous armor, their mouths oozing corrosive acid that sizzled against even specialized glass. These once top predators from a deathly planet had now become the mass-produced hunting hounds of the Human Federation. Live combat demonstration. Scorched Earth hunt. The scene transitioned to a simulated urban warfare battlefield. A squad of fully armed alien insurgents was entrenched behind buildings. Suddenly, hisses erupted as shadows surged forth like a tide of darkness from sewers, vents, and even walls. They were gene-enhanced hunters, their pain receptors severed, descending upon their foes. They wielded no firearms, instead employing their scythe-like forelimbs to effortlessly shred through the insurgents' defenses. Boom. The aliens were not merely killing, they were demolishing. To eradicate enemies hiding behind walls, they smashed through with brute force. To attack snipers on upper floors, they spewed acid to corrode the building's load-bearing columns. Blood and rubble flew in a chaotic symphony. Laser fire ricocheted off their hardened exoskeletons, producing only feeble sparks. Even if their legs were shattered, they would drag their broken bodies forward, sinking their teeth into the throats of their enemies. In less than a minute, the entire insurgent squad was obliterated, and the neighborhood they had defended lay in ruins. The aberrations, after committing their heinous acts, did not spiral into chaos. As a human handler pressed the control device, the chips embedded in their skulls flickered with a crimson light, and they promptly laid down in submission, akin to a pack of eager hounds awaiting praise. Tit for tat. Violence to counter violence, Chen elucidated. No training required, no supplies needed, not even a morale boost. The only flaw of the aberrant army is the excessive collateral damage, often transforming the occupied territories into ruins. Yet, when facing swarms and mortal adversaries, what we desire is indeed the ruins. In the garage of the world of Rick and Morty, c. 137, Rick Sanchez was indiscriminately shooting at a gelatinous creature with a laser gun. He cast a glance at the sky and rolled his eyes, taking a hearty swig from a flask. Well, it looks lively enough. But this is merely a middle school science project. I mean, it's just too crude, Morty. Rick pointed at the screen. A trail of green drool at his lips, his expression dripping with disdain. This is just a hodgepodge of DNA, slapped together like Legos. Reminiscent of that time I accidentally turned your crush's planet into a Klonberg world. Morty, shivering beside him, protested, but Rick, they seem obedient. And that brain control chip obedient? Come on, Morty, you believe that? Rick burped, his nihilistic gaze fixed on the screen. That brain control chip is just a rudimentary dopamine stimulator with a self-detonation mechanism. But I must admit, that is somewhat clever. After all, for the vast majority of foolish civilizations in the universe, wielding a bomb remote is far more effective than attempting to reason with monsters. In the world of StarCraft, Queen Kerrigan observed the tamed aberrations with a flicker of disdain in her multifaceted eyes, though more prominent was her wariness. Lacking a dominator's psionic link and the hive mind to think one could tame beasts merely through crude genetic locks and brain control chips, despite the inferior methods, they were indeed adequate as cannon fodder. However, this was not the most despairing aspect for the multiverse. Lu Chun's voice resonated once more. Of course, the aberrant army is merely a mad dog used to instill fear. What truly plunges the enemy into despair is the very foundation of the human alliance's warfare. A weapon known as Infinity. Bioweapon number 2, the Clonal Legion. The scene shifted to a deeply buried cloning cultivation center. This place resembled a colossal mortuary, yet more akin to a high-tech canned food factory. Thousands of translucent cloning pods were meticulously arranged, extending beyond the horizon. Within each pod lay a soldier, identical in visage, stature, and even eyelash length. As a red alarm blared, thousands of pod doors swung open simultaneously, releasing a blast of cold air. The army of clones awakened. They required no training, for tactical knowledge was directly inscribed into their brains through neural links. They needed no acclimatization, as they were, in essence, the same individual. Their minds intertwined. The battlefield unfolded. As the first batch of clones fell, the enemy believed victory was theirs, their defenses erupting in cheers. Yet in the next moment, more transport ships blotted out the sky, and a tide of clones surged forth. They trampled over their own fallen comrades, expressionless as they squeezed the triggers. Not even a furrow in their brows. The relentless cycle of killing and returning, an inexhaustible pressure, was sufficient to shatter the psychological defenses of any opponent. On this battlefield, the soldiers of the human alliance are eternally unyielding. As long as there remains a single cellular sample, as long as energy and organic matter are abundant, we can, within days, muster an army capable of conquering planets. In the Star Wars world, on Kamino, bounty hunter Jango Fett gazed at the clones, who were even more perfect than himself, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. No accelerated aging side effects, no genetic defects leading to mental breakdowns, not even requiring training from the embryonic stage. Knowledge could be inscribed into their brains within days. He looked at the clone army behind him, suddenly feeling that the once proud Kamino technology seemed as rudimentary as a workshop. In the Warhammer 40K universe, the Krieg's Death Corps soldiers, known for their fearlessness and perpetual gas masks, stared at the sky, their breaths under the masks becoming rapid. In the Empire, employing cloning technology was heretical. They could only rely on that which could not be named, artificial womb technology, to discreetly replenish their ranks. If only we could possess such technology, not merely death, we could die for the Emperor 1,000,000 times. 100,000,000 times. What glory that would be! What extravagance! Lu Chen observed the barrage of firepower that had left the soldiers in a state of shock, nodding in satisfaction. Genetic ascension not only created perfect individuals, the originals, but also birthed an invincible legion, the clones and aberrations. However, in this universe, beyond flesh and technology, there exists a more enigmatic dimension. Some refer to it as magic, others as the Force, and still others as subspace power. Within the human alliance, we call it psionics. Lu Chen pointed to another corner of the star map. There, a purple mist was spreading, an inexplicable wave rippling through the air, as if something was observing reality from the void. Chapter 19. If-line Simulation, Psionic Ascension, the Idealistic Realm. Above, the images of gene warriors and endless swarms gradually faded. The once cold, dark backdrop of the starry sky did not return to tranquility, but instead erupted with a strange purple luminescence, as if the very essence of the universe had been rewritten by some force. Lu Chun's voice grew ethereal, resonating as if from a higher dimensional space. Some say the end of science is theology. Yet for the human alliance, theology is merely unparsed high-dimensional science. What if the human alliance forsook mechanical rationality, abandoned genetic recombination, and chose to delve into the abyss of the soul? The scene depicted a human alliance fleet quietly suspended in the void. This fleet appeared utterly unlike any before. The warships bore no intricate industrial pipelines, but were inscribed with glowing, seemingly sentient psionic runes. Purple void lightning danced around the hulls, lending them an aura both sacred and eerie. Faced with an enemy fleet that outnumbered them several times over, the Human Alliance captain did not order the engines to ignite nor the main cannons to charge. He merely sat in the captain's chair, slowly closing his eyes. In that instant, the thoughts of thousands of crew members aboard the ship interconnected, forming a vast mental network. Psionic jump. With no engine flare, no ripples of hyperspace. The entire fleet instantaneously became ethereal, vanishing from the realm of reality. In the next moment, they materialized directly above the enemy flagship, a distance that defied the capabilities of any physical engine. They emerged like phantoms, disregarding light years of distance and formidable energy shields. Thought is reality. Distance is meaningless. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The Human Alliance warships did not unleash conventional munitions, but instead released waves of purple psionic storms. These storms disregarded the enemy's physical armor, penetrating the thick hulls as though traversing air, directly assaulting the brains of the internal crew. The scene shifted to the interior of the enemy ship. The aberrant soldiers, who were once operating the weapons, suddenly clutched their heads in agony, screaming as blood streamed from their orifices. Bang, bang, bang. Their heads exploded like watermelons, thoughts incinerated, souls torn asunder. The warship remained unscathed, yet within it lay a desolate void. This is the ascension of psychic energy. We do not need to break your shell. We will extinguish your soul directly. In the world of Harry Potter, within the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore peered through his crescent-shaped spectacles, fixated on the celestial dome, his wand trembling slightly in his grasp. Is this apparition, or perhaps legitimacy? No, it cannot be. How could such a colossal iron warship perform apparition? What magnitude of magical power would that require? Professor McGonagall, pale as a ghost, interjected, "That is not magic, Albus. That is the materialization of mental power." In that world, is everyone a grand sorcerer? Even the Muggle machines have learned to cast spells? This civilization is terrifying. In the world of Star Wars, Master Yoda's staff slipped from his grasp, his long ears drooping to their limit, his eyes filled with dread. Disturbance. A tremendous upheaval in the Force. The entire galaxy was screaming. Master Windu gazed at the soldiers of the Alliance, his complexion ashen, those individuals. Each soldier's sensitivity to the Force surpasses that of the Skywalker lineage. Should they enter our universe, the Jedi Order would appear as mere children performing tricks before them. In a realm of cultivation, an elder at the tribulation stage pondered, words manifest law? Consciousness materialized. His hand, stroking his beard, froze, his brow furrowed, his heart unsettled. This group of extraterrestrial demons, while lacking spiritual roots, forcibly opened their sea of consciousness. Furthermore, their warships are crafted artifacts, though their cultivation system is crude. Its power is astonishing. If they were to enter the realm of cultivation, even the heavenly Tao might be overshadowed by them. In the world of Warhammer 40, Robert Killamon wearily sat at his desk, cluttered with countless distress signals from myriad worlds, dimensional rifts unfolding, demonic invasions, psychic awakenings driving countless mortals to madness. Killamon beheld the Human Federation, where every individual awakened to psychic energy, orderly harnessing the power of the virtual realm. No backlash from psychic energy. No parasitic incursions from the warp, and even colossal warships could traverse through thought alone. Clatter. The data slate slipped from his fingers, and the newly appointed Imperial Regent gazed at the luminous Sith line, a bitter sigh escaping his lips. Father, is this the future you once endeavored to construct for humanity in the depths of that webway? Severing ties with the warp, mastering psychic energy through scientific means. He looked out at the ravaged, superstitious, and pyre-filled Terran hive, his eyes filled with sorrow. They accomplished what you could not. And we merely cling to the dimming torch in this dark universe, struggling to survive. Magnus, the demonic entity who had just wrested this wizarding star from the warp back into the material universe, stood atop his obsidian tower. He overlooked the burgeoning utopia of psychics below, as promised, providing a home for the persecuted psychics of the galaxy. Upon witnessing the perfect ascension of psychic energy in the sky, this one-eyed crimson giant unfurled his vast void wings, unleashing a laughter that reverberated through the stars. Ha ha! Look! Killamon! Behold, you barbaric space wolves! This is the truth. Magnus pointed at the obedient virtual avatar in the sky, jealousy, and fervor intertwining in his gaze. This is the future I sought to present to you at the Nicene Conference. With the right methods, the warp is not an enemy, but a tool. He envisioned a parallel version of himself, unbroken and unforced into treachery. How fortunate those humans are. They are not shackled by hypocritical prohibitions, while we can only forge our own twisted paradise on this cursed path. But the ascension of psychic energy transcends mere combat. The scene deepened, becoming more unfathomable. The psychics of the Alliance gathered around the colossal psychic beacon, chanting ancient incantations in unison. A corner of reality was torn open, revealing a bizarre realm teeming with infinite possibilities and terrors, the high-dimensional space of the virtual realm. We gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back at us. Yet the Alliance remained unafraid. We step into the virtual realm, conversing jovially with the deities therein, forging contracts. In the imagery, a towering avatar of pure energy descended into the material universe, standing thousands of meters tall, capable of shattering a planet with a mere gesture. Yet it submitted to the will of the Alliance, fighting for them. God, Chen scoffed. In the eyes of the Alliance, a god is merely a more valuable ally or a more powerful battery. In the world of Rick and Morty, Rick burped again, this time pulling out a bag of chips, munching while critiquing. Well, idealism, I suppose. Though I don't believe in gods, I must concede that this technology for directly modifying probability clouds is somewhat underhanded. However, Rick grimaced, pointing at the virtual avatar, a glint of warning in his eyes. Signing contracts with those old con artists in the virtual realm? Be careful not to end up with your pants down. Just like my parallel self who sacrificed his entire family for this technology. Don't say I didn't warn you. The world devourer doesn't play nice. Chen observed the barrage of fearful comments regarding idealistic powers without elaborating further. Whether mechanical, genetic, or psychic, these are the formidable means of the Alliance. However, in this universe, not everyone possesses the power of choice. In a certain parallel universe exists a civilization, Earth United, that, sharing origins with the Alliance, met its doom due to a moment of compassion. Their tale is a scar the Alliance wishes to avoid yet must confront. Chen closed the purple psychic imagery, the background music shifting from ethereal mystique to a heavy, oppressive melody. His voice grew serious, tinged with a foreboding sadness, having witnessed the glory of the Alliance. Let us turn our gaze to another direction. There exists a human civilization, also from Earth, that chose to embrace the galaxy. Their ideals are beautiful. Yet, in the dark forest, the fate of idealists is often the most tragic. Chapter 20, Observation Record, the Utopia Embracing Demons. Their name is the Earth United. Observation Record, the Utopia Embracing Demons. Warning, this footage originates from the parallel universe timeline numbered Earth 023. Please do not confuse it with the current main universe. With Chen's cue, the screen abruptly illuminated. This time, there were no cold steel fortresses, no grim military parades. Instead, the celestial dome displayed ecological cities, brimming with artistic flair and verdant canopies, as if they had emerged from the pages of a science fiction illustration. Coordinates, parallel universe, Earth United, capital Earth. This is truly a galactic melting pot. The camera soared through the clouds, descending upon the bustling streets of New York. On the avenues, not only were there fashionably attired humans, but also a species of soft-bodied extraterrestrials known as the Star Children, who appeared very gentle, even somewhat adorable. They boasted translucent pink skin, and their large eyes sparkled with innocent light. They bore no claws or fangs, their bodies as soft as cotton candy. Their voices melodious like wind chimes. They walked alongside humans, embracing one another. In this world, devoid of reproductive isolation and genetic barriers. Chen explained with a calmness that was almost unsettling. In this timeline of the Earth Federation, they have shattered the Creator's boundaries through genetic technology. They believe that a life imbued with the traits of all races is the pinnacle of evolution. To showcase the pride of this world in its inclusivity, the scene presented a series of complex close-ups. Close-up 1, a wedding across species. On the lush lawns of Central Park, a grand wedding is taking place. The groom is a handsome young human, while the bride is an intelligent molluscoid being from an oceanic planet. She possesses no facial features, but instead, several moist tentacles wave gracefully in the air. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the groom tenderly kisses the bride's mouth, which secretes a translucent mucilage. Love is inclusive. Love transcends boundaries. The officiating priest, visibly moved, wipes away tears. Mucilage trickles down the groom's chin, yet his face radiates bliss. Close up 2. An afternoon in kindergarten. The camera shifts to an international kindergarten, where a group of children play merrily. Among them, a mixed-race child stands out. He has a human upper body, but below the waist, he is adorned with a chitinous exoskeleton and 6 furry legs. When he smiles, the sound that escapes his mouth is not a clear laugh, but a hissing noise as his mandibles click, releasing green saliva. His human mother shows no signs of discomfort. Instead, she affectionately caresses his quivering compound eyes, saying, "Such a good boy, as strong as your father." Close-up 3. A warm family scene. In an apartment, a human father cradles his newborn. The infant has rosy skin, but is host to a fungal symbiote on its back. Spores from the fungus are released with each breath the baby takes, showering the father's face. Rather than recoil, the father inhales deeply, his expression one of rapture. It is the scent of nature, the miracle of life intertwining. In the realm of Warhammer 40k, a heretic inquisitor gazes upon the child with insectoid legs, and the father consuming spores. His explosive weapon is cocked, his fingers white from exertion, veins bulging. Heresy. This is the most blasphemous of heresies. Purification is imperative. This planet must execute the extermination order. Burn it all, along with the microorganisms, to glass. This is more repulsive than chaos. In the alien universe, Ripley stares at the child with mandibles and exoskeleton, her severe PTSD surging forth, compelling her to kneel and retch. Have they lost their minds? That is a monster. They are raising monsters as children? In the Star Universe, the Führer Sidney Buckley observes the warm fungal family, his disdain morphing into palpable murderous intent to distort the noble human gene into such an indescribable monstrosity. The people of the Earth Federation can no longer be called human. They are tainted refuse. Even the president of the Earth Federation, watching the live broadcast, feels a twinge of physiological discomfort. Though he supports interspecies compatibility, the extent displayed is simply too advanced. He clears his throat awkwardly. Ahem. The universe seems to have taken a rather large step, but the concept is good, indeed. As if to underscore the fragility of this ideal, Chen does not allow this beautiful atmosphere to persist for long. For he knows that the conclusion of this tale is not a fairy tale, but rather a biological horror story. Idealism is bountiful, but reality is stark. In this universe, governed by the Dark Forest law, to cleanse oneself too thoroughly often means you become the most enticing morsel. The scene shifts. A year after the Earth Federation and the Star Children signed the Deep Fusion Agreement, a celebration known as the Great Fusion Day unfolds. In the central square of Earth, tens of thousands of humans and Star Children gather to rejoice in the profound union of their two races. However, at the stroke of midnight, calamity strikes. The once docile Star Children suddenly shed their disguises. No, they do not transform into grotesque monsters. Rather, they melt away. In the footage, an extraterrestrial male, who had been kissing his human girlfriend, abruptly liquefies into a pool of pink biological matter. This viscous substance does not cascade to the ground but, animated as if alive, frantically burrows into the human girlfriend's orifices, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. A piercing scream echoes across the square. Yet this is merely the beginning. All extraterrestrials in the square simultaneously dissolve, lunging at the unsuspecting humans around them. Those once regarded as adorable caretakers have now transformed into the deadliest parasites, infiltrating the cradles of infants and the beds of the elderly. Alarm! Alarm! Large-scale biological contamination detected. True identities revealed. They are not friendly Star Children. They are the mimetic hunters of the Solon Worm. Chun's voice carries a chilling undertone. In this timeline, the Solon Worm has evolved a unique decoy unit, exploiting the blind yearning of the Earth Federation's humans for love and fusion. These mimetic hunters disguise themselves as harmless beings, infiltrating the heart of the Federation. They function as living signal transmitters. Once parasitism is complete, they will emit signals to off-world star systems, summoning their feast. The scene devolves into chaos and revulsion. The infected humans do not die immediately. Their skin begins to swell with grotesque bulges, the larvae of the insect race feasting on their innards, serving as a breeding ground. The once eloquent human legislator, who had shouted for love, now lies feebly on the ground, his abdomen distended as if pregnant for 10 months, his skin turning translucent, revealing countless pink tendrils writhing within, devouring his intestines. In despair, he wails, "Why? We were friends." The extraterrestrial ambassador has now entirely usurped the body of the Federation president. With the president's mouth, it reveals a twisted, greedy smile, emitting a rasping insectal sound. "Indeed. We are friends. Thank you, humans. Your bodies are warm, moist, and rich in nutrients. They are the most perfect incubators we have ever encountered. In gratitude, we shall open the gates to welcome the arrival of the great devourer. With its summons, the fabric of space above Earth rends apart. True despair descends. Countless grotesque biological warships, accompanied by maddening biological signals of HA and radar readings off the charts, obscure the sun's light. The main fleet of the Sullen Worm, having accessed coordinates opened by these infiltrators, descends directly into Earth's orbit. In the Marvel Universe, Black Widow cannot help but rush into the restroom. Nick Fury, with his single eye, fixates on the screen, his coffee cup crushed in his grip. Utilizing goodwill, exploiting trust, treating allies as mere vessels for oviposition. Such a civilization is nothing short of a malignant tumor in the universe. In the Warhammer 40K universe, Regent Gilliman watches this unfolding scene, clenching his fists. This is why the Empire must remain vigilant against aliens. When you attempt to embrace a venomous serpent, do not expect it to become a pet. It will merely await your moment of weakness to deliver a fatal bite. At this moment, the entire society of the Earth Federation is enveloped in a deathly silence. Those who once advocated for interspecies compatibility now resemble lost souls. The once beloved extraterrestrial neighbor has transformed into a demon, poised to invade their minds at any moment. A frantic mother bursts into the nursery, shoving aside the innocent alien nanny who was merely entertaining the child by the cradle. The foundation of trust has irrevocably crumbled. In the scene, the desperate remnants of the Earth Federation send out a distress signal to the galactic community. Yet, the response comes in the form of the indifferent voice of the rodent-like speaker, regrettably, human representative. Given that all of humanity has become a potential host for parasitic organisms. In order to safeguard the other civilizations of the galaxy, the Council has passed the Comprehensive Epidemic Prevention Act No. 9, an indiscriminate lockdown of the solar system. Any human vessels attempting to flee will be considered biological contaminants and destroyed. Good luck. Communications severed. No reinforcements, no escape. The Earth Federation has been utterly reduced to an isolated island, a buffet for the swarm. Chapter 21. The Cost of Goodwill, Biological Hatchery. Above the firmament. What was once a utopian city filled with laughter has now become a hell on Earth. Parallel universe Earth. The skyscrapers of yesteryear are now ensnared by pulsating pink biological tissue, akin to blood vessels. The streets no longer host leisurely cafes. Instead, there are only panicked crowds and those who have fully mutated into hosts for the star children, mimetic hunters. Help! Don't come near. That is my dad. A little girl cries as a grotesque creature with a swollen belly tackles her to the ground. The creature possesses human limbs, yet its head has been entirely replaced by pink tentacles. It does not kill the girl but instead expels a mass of slime from its mouth, enveloping her tightly, preparing to transform her into the next incubator. Army, police, they have long since ceased to exist. In this world that once aspired for peace, the military has been drastically reduced. The few remaining soldiers have mostly been ambushed in their sleep by alien companions embedded within the ranks, transformed into mindless husks. In the world of Rick and Morty, Rick sits in his cluttered garage, filled with contraband technological refuse, adjusting a homemade teleportation gun. Yet his attention is entirely captivated by the firmament. Morty, covering his eyes, nearly tumbles from his chair. Oh my God, Rick. Did you see that? The monster's tentacle. It just burrowed into that person's eyeball. That is so disgusting. Rick rolls his eyes impatiently, taking a swig from a bottle of unknown green liquor, belching a long, sour breath. Morty, stop screeching like a little girl watching a horror movie. This is nothing. Look at those melting pink organisms on the screen. This phenomenon is called Cronenbergization, Morty. These fools opened the door themselves, inviting a swarm of cosmic parasites to their bodily fluid exchange party. This is basic biology, Morty. When you attempt to seek a soulmate with a species that has yet to evolve vocal cords and communicates solely through slime secretion, you must be prepared to become a puddle of organic nutrient broth. Rick leans closer to Morty, lowering his voice. Listen, Morty, that United Nations of Earth? It's not a civilization at all. It's merely a planet full of Jerrys. Imagine billions of Jerrys stretching their necks to let the alien neighbors take a bite to seem cool. That's the current scenario. A self-heating hot pot. Cruel? No. It's efficiency. This is the cost of goodwill. The voice of the submerged entity is no longer mocking, but instead carries a suffocating weight. When you dismantled the walls, believing you welcomed friends, you actually turned yourselves into fresh meat laid out in an open square. The scene shifts to the last bastion of the Earth Federation, the presidential office. Half of the space is already coated in biological slime. The once vocal president, who championed the notion of galactic unity, now slumps behind a blood-stained desk, tears streaming down his face as he clutches the interspecies compatibility agreement, his nails digging deep into the paper. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. He gazes out at the burning city, witnessing the parasitized populace, regret gnawing at his heart like a venomous serpent. I wish to embrace the galaxy. But the galaxy only wishes to consume us. Communications officer. Has the galactic community replied? What of our allies? What of those civilizations that once vowed to protect us? The communications officer, a young girl, shakes her head in despair, the light in her eyes dimming. Mr. President, aside from automated replies, there has been no response. They have sealed the borders. The scene transitions once more to the resplendent and sophisticated Galactic Council chamber, a stark contrast to Earth. There is no gunfire, no screams, only elegant music and exquisite refreshments. Representatives from hundreds of alien civilizations sit comfortably in floating chairs, whispering among themselves. Now, let us proceed to the next agenda item. The rodent-like speaker at the podium adjusts his glasses leisurely, tapping a wooden hammer that symbolizes authority. Regarding the Fifth Amendment to the Tianqi Space Whale Protection Act, it has been brought to our attention that in that distant nebula, smuggling ships occasionally hunt space whales. This severely disrupts the biodiversity of the galaxy. This is a barbaric act. We must issue the strongest condemnation and sanctions. A chorus of agreement resonates throughout the hall. Indeed, protect the whales. They are so adorable. How can we allow them to be hunted? For the balance of the galaxy's ecosystem. At that moment, the holographic screen in the center of the chamber flickers. It is the Earth Federation president, expending his last ounce of energy to send the highest-level emergency communication. On the screen appears his haggard, desperate, and even slightly deranged visage, with the backdrop of the presidential office being consumed by biological tissue. The raspy cries of the Star Children can be heard from outside. Save us. The president's voice is hoarse and anguished, echoing through the council chamber. That parasitic race. Those damn Star Children. They are devouring Earth. Billions of humans are dying. We are a part of the community. We signed a defense treaty. You must dispatch forces. You must. However, the anticipated panic or sympathy does not manifest in the hall. The alien representatives merely gaze coldly at the screen, some even displaying expressions of disgust, as if witnessing something unsightly. The rodent speaker furrows his brow, clearly displeased with this interruption. Human representative, please mind your decorum. This is the sacred Galactic Council, not your crying marketplace. The president stands in stunned silence, hardly believing his ears. Decorum? My compatriots are being devoured. And you talk to me about decorum? Is this in accordance with procedure? A representative from the Rock people stands up, speaking in a gravelly voice. According to Article 342 of the Galactic Code, biological disasters within a member state are considered domestic affairs. Furthermore, that species was introduced by you, was it not? Exactly. Another avian representative, preening its feathers, adds, who told you to pursue interspecies compatibility? You made your bed. Now you must lie in it. Laughter erupts in the hall. The president's body trembles violently. He gazed upon those who had once been his brothers, those allies who had flattered one another at banquets, and for the first time, he perceived the true visages concealed beneath their masks. It was not civility, it was indifference, a hypocrisy more terrifying than that of beasts. You wretched creatures, the president forced the words through clenched teeth. Immediately thereafter, this gentleman, who had always maintained an air of refinement, completely shattered. He lunged towards the holographic camera, his face, marred by blood, tears, and dust, twisted into a grimace. Grasping a metallic ornament from the table, he struck the screen with frenzied intensity, as if he sought to shatter the lofty visages of those hypocrites through the invisible signals. Die. All of you die. I curse you on behalf of all humanity. You demons clad in the guise of civilization. Bang. Bang! His hysterical roars reverberated throughout the parliamentary hall. Yet, the alien representatives present felt no remorse. Rather, they shielded their mouths and noses, displaying unabashed disdain and disgust, as if witnessing some uncivilized beast. Be mindful of your language, the rodent speaker coldly interrupted him, even lowering the volume of the communication, as if finding him too noisy. In light of the representative's outburst and the severe biological contamination risks currently facing Earth, I propose severing all communications with the Earth Coalition and implementing a permanent blockade of the solar system, lest that repugnant parasite infect our noble race. Those in favor, please raise your hands. With a swish, nearly all hands in the hall were raised. The motion passed unanimously. Communications severed. The screen went dark, abruptly cutting off the president's final roar. Meanwhile, music once again filled the parliamentary hall. Well, that bothersome interlude has concluded, the rodent speaker remarked with a smile. Now, let us return to our previous discussion on how to protect the space whales more humanely. In the realm of Rick and Morty, Rick squinted at the sanctimonious rodent speaker, the corners of his mouth twitching. Wow, look, Morty. Welcome to the galactic community, or perhaps we should call it the Rick City Council. All bureaucracies are the same. Pointing at the rodent speaker, Rick's tone turned icy. They'll spend 3 days debating the material of toilet seats, but will sign an extinction order in a mere second. As long as that button absolves them of responsibility. They press it faster than you can say teenage desire to watch adult films. But they are allies. Morty exclaimed. Allies? Don't be foolish, Morty. In the universe, allies is merely another term for those who have yet to find the opportunity to devour you. Suddenly, Rick seemed to have a realization, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Honestly, I'm somewhat looking forward to that human league. Compared to these hypocrites, I'd rather watch a bunch of lunatics blow this council to smithereens. In the Starlit World, Prime Universe Human League audience, Chancellor Sydney Baclair observed the tragic spectacle from a parallel universe, her gaze icy as she beheld the Earth Coalition president, whose face, though unfamiliar, bore the same human blood. The crystal goblet in her hand crumbled to powder. Did you see that? She turned to the indignant generals behind her. This is the Earth Coalition of that world. They placed their hopes in the goodwill of aliens, relying on a treaty too weak to wipe their own behinds. And what is the result? When they are devoured, the so-called galactic family doesn't even bother to cast a glance. A general grit his teeth and asked, Chancellor, will we from that world, the human federation of the parallel universe, stand idly by? Sydney sneered, turning her gaze back to the vastness above, her eyes shimmering with certainty. Stand by? How could that be? Though our ideologies differ, and we do not even acknowledge the Earth Coalition as legitimate, in this cold universe, only humanity will save humanity. It was as if she could see her parallel self through the screen. Watch closely. Sydney's lips curled into a cruel smile. The version of me from that world is about to teach those alien scum a lesson. Above the vastness, the image did not fade with the despair of the Earth Coalition. The voice of Chen resounded again, this time not in sorrow, but filled with the fervor of impending reversal. The entire galaxy has abandoned Earth. Those allies feign death. Those parliamentarians are in session. However, in this corner of the parallel universe, a fleet is moving against the tide. The camera slowly pulled away from the burning Earth, traversing the blocked stargates, passing through the indifferent galactic parliament, and arriving at the other end of the Milky Way. Parallel Universe Tianjin Quasar System United Star. Although they had severed ties with the Earth Coalition for 50 years and were labeled fascists and barbaric exiles by them. At that moment, in the orbit of the Human League's capital, countless red and black warship engines roared to life. Even if separated by half a galaxy, even if subjected to universal sanctions, they are determined to bring their compatriots home. Chapter 22. Though countless, I shall proceed. Above the vastness, the scene transitioned to Parallel Universe Tianjin Quasar System. Here lies the Human League of that world. At this very moment, on the desk of the Grand Marshal of the League, lay a document from the galactic community titled Supreme Prohibition. Warning: should the Human Federation interfere in the internal affairs of the Earth Coalition, it will be considered a declaration of war against the galactic community. Warning: no fleet is permitted to cross the borders of the community. Violators will be sunk. The aide, pale-faced, gazed at the document. Chancellor, if we deploy our forces, we will face a blockade from the entire galaxy. Our economy will collapse. Our trade will be severed. It may even lead to a full-scale war. The Chancellor of that parallel universe, Sydney, did not even glance at the document. She quietly observed the holographic screen displaying the burning Earth, the cradle of humanity being consumed by aliens. Aid. Her voice was eerily calm, akin to the stillness before a storm. Do you know why we call ourselves the Human Federation and not the Tianjin Quad Federation? The aide stood dumbfounded. Sydney rose and walked to the window, gazing at the equally azure United Star. Because no matter where we are, no matter what we become, be it mechanical, genetic, or even psychic, our roots lie in that blue planet. Now, those roots are about to be severed. She abruptly turned, tearing the document, which represented the will of the entire galaxy, into shreds. The fragments fell like snowflakes, each carrying the Federation's declaration of war against that hypocritical order. To hell with the galactic community. Sydney pressed the all-frequency broadcast button, her voice resonating across every ship and city of the Federation. I am Sydney Baclair. At this moment, our compatriots are being slaughtered on Earth. Those once full of righteousness and morality, alien allies, are now feigning death. Some say the Earth Coalition brought this upon themselves. Others say it is their own doing. But I tell you, no matter how foolish they are, they remain human. The entire galaxy may abandon them, but we shall not. For we share the same blood. Transmit my orders. All forces, psychic jump. Target, solar system. Earth. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be extinguished. In the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury beheld the woman tearing the document, and for the first time, unreserved respect flickered in his single eye. Now, that is a leader. Amidst the dichotomy of rules and kinship, she chose the latter, even if it meant standing against the world. Captain America, filled with fervor, clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with emotion. This is justice. This is what the Avengers ought to do. If the Earth is in peril, I wish for such individuals to come to our rescue. In another realm, Rick was pilfering pizza from a neighboring universe through a miniature portal. Upon hearing this stirring speech, he halted his actions, though not moved like Morty. Instead, he wore an expression of disdain. See that, Morty? This is precisely why I detest strategic games. Chewing on the pizza, Rick mumbled his critique. This is a textbook example of the sunk cost fallacy. To expose your main fleet to the Galactic Council's firepower just to save a bunch of brain-dead relatives sacrificed to parasites? TSK, I give this maneuver a 0. It utterly contradicts game theory. Yet Morty, brimming with passion, exclaimed, but Rick, it's so cool. Though those people are foolish, they are still kin. This is humanity. Rick rolled his eyes but did not change the channel. Instead, he reached for a fresh bottle of liquor. Humanity? Huh. That's merely a chemical hormone that leads you to make poor decisions, Morty. It's akin to watching a rabid dog bite a lion to protect its owner. Utterly foolish. Yet, Rick let out a long belch, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation crossing his gaze. At least it's a tad more palatable than those wretched rodents sitting in the council counting their coins. But just a tad, Morty. Don't think I'll shed a tear for it. I'm merely too lazy to change the channel. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. Back on that desolate Earth. It was no longer blue. Enveloped in a thick layer of pink biological slime, it resembled a rotting tumor. The remnants of the Earth Alliance's survivors huddled in their final underground shelters, listening to the sounds of alien excavation above, awaiting their demise. The president of the Earth Alliance, cradling his granddaughter and gripping a handgun, prepared to deliver her a swift and to spare her from becoming a monster's incubator. Grandpa, are we going to die? The little girl sobbed, tears streaming down his face. The president trembled as he raised the gun. No, dear. We will go to a place without monsters. At that moment, a massive energy wave erupted in Earth's orbit, shaking the very fabric of space. It was not the screech of aliens. It was the sound of psionic leap tearing through dimensions. The survivors looked up in terror. The pink-hued sky was suddenly rent open, revealing a colossal rift. Purple psionic lightning danced within the clouds. 1 ship, 2 ships, 100 ships. Thousands of iron battleships adorned with the red and black eagle insignia appeared out of thin air above the Earth. They descended like avenging angels from hell, filled with righteous fury. No words were wasted. No attempts at negotiation. The flagship's main cannon charged instantaneously. With a brilliant flash, a luminous spear pierced the atmosphere, vaporizing the colossal beasts attacking the shelter. Following this, countless drop pods rained down like meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. The hatch doors burst open. Emerging were not the frail soldiers of the Earth Alliance, but towering gene warriors, 3 meters tall, capable of tearing tanks apart. They were psionic assault troops clad in heavy armor, radiating with psionic electricity. They faced the parasitic aliens that once instilled despair in the Earth Alliance, as if they were mere refuse. An alien lunged at a Gene warrior, who effortlessly crushed its head with a casual grasp, then stomped on its eggshell with his battle boots. Commencing cleanup. Not a single one spared. The door to the underground shelter was violently breached. The president of the Earth Alliance raised his gun in terror, fearing an alien incursion. But what he beheld was a blood-soaked, cold-eyed commander from the Human Alliance. The commander glanced at the gun in the president's hand, then at the trembling little girl. He removed his helmet, revealing a face that, though stern, unmistakably belonged to a human. He extended his hand toward the president, who had once called him a fascist. "Put away your toy, old man. We are not here to argue. We have come to take you home." In that instant, the president's gun fell to the ground. He knelt and wept like a child. Above, a voice resonated, filled with a sense of finality. "In this cold universe, treaties are false, allies are false. Only blood is true. The entire galaxy may forsake you, but the Human Alliance will not, because we share the same blood." Chapter 23. The Descent of the Human Alliance. Mercifully stained with blood, the fires of war on Earth momentarily subsided. With the airdrop of the Human Alliance's Gene warriors, the once mighty starborn parasitic entities faced devastating defeat. Survivors of the Earth Alliance emerged from their shelters, weeping as they gazed upon the red and black eagle flag fluttering in the sky. They had awaited their savior, even if that savior was the very relative they had once detested. Yet, for the commander of the Human Alliance, the true trial was just beginning. Parallel universe Earth orbit, on the bridge of the flagship, the Vengeance, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. On the holographic star map, several key colonial satellites surrounding Earth, including the Moon base and Mars colony, blinked with an alarming red light, indicating extreme biological threats. "Report, Commander." A psionic officer removed his helmet, his face etched with pain and reluctance. After deep psionic scanning, the colonies on the Moon and Mars, the biological signals are anomalous. The Starborn released high concentrations of parasitic spores into the water and air at the onset of their invasion. 130 million of our kin are beyond saving. Their consciousness has dissipated, reduced to mere puppets controlled by the aliens. To corroborate this, the officer projected real-time footage transmitted from the Moon base onto the main screen. Moon base Residential Zone 17, once a thriving lunar city, it now resembled hell. The streets were teeming with a horde of shambling figures, their skin a grotesque shade of pink, their abdomens grotesquely swollen like balloons. In a kindergarten, once innocent children now gathered around, feasting upon a teacher's corpse, their eyes devoid of childhood innocence, replaced by the cold, predatory glint of the aliens. Suddenly, the screen displayed a partially mutated human soldier hiding in an abandoned outpost, bloodied yet remarkably lucid. "This is the 7th Battalion of the Lunar Defense Force. I am the last survivor." He gazed out at his former comrades, now transformed into flesh-eating monsters. We do not wish to become like that. If you can hear this, whether the Earth Alliance or the Human Alliance." The soldier saluted the camera, tears in his eyes, yet with a smile of relief. "Please, fire upon us. Do not let us become a breeding ground for monsters. This is our final request." Before he could finish, the outpost door was slammed open, and countless pink tendrils surged in. Communication ceased. A deathly silence enveloped the entire bridge. More terrifyingly, radar indicated that countless transport ships carrying these infected beings were amassing at the lunar port, preparing to head to the recently rescued Earth. This was a biohazard crisis. If this batch of infected individuals were to descend upon Earth, the recently quelled flames of war would reignite, potentially spiraling out of control and leading to the extinction of humanity. This presents an insurmountable deadlock, a classic moral quandary reminiscent of the trolley problem: to save one or to save the many. Lu Chen's voice resonated with a note of compassion. In this harsh universe, a hero is often not the one who slays the most enemies, but rather the one willing to dirty their hands for the greater good. In the realm of World of Warcraft, the Lich King Arthas gazed at the sky, his icy heart seemingly stirred once more. It felt like a reenactment of that fateful night. He recalled the rain-soaked streets of Stratholme, the city afflicted by plague, and the resolute decision he made to purify the entire town to halt the spread of the contagion. Uther had condemned him as a madman, and Jaina had turned away from him. Do you face a similar choice, leader of humanity? A flicker of resonance crossed Arthas's eyes, embodying an understanding that transcended worlds. If you do nothing, the world will perish. If you act, you become the butcher. Such is the fate of the king, such is the burden of the crown. In the world of Attack on Titan, Eren declared, to protect those on the island, I must flatten the world. To safeguard the earth, she intended to obliterate the moon. As Eren gazed at Sydney, he perceived another version of himself. This agony could only be comprehended by those who bear the weight of their race's destiny. Those perched on their moral high ground, pointing fingers, are utterly oblivious to the essence of survival. In the scene, Sydney closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. When she opened them again, hesitation had vanished, replaced by a profound resolve to embrace all sins. Transmit my orders. Her voice, though quiet, resonated throughout the ship. Giant. Target locked on the moon and Mars. Execute protocol, neutron annihilation. Upon hearing this command, the young officer responsible for operating the weapon system trembled. My leader. Those are our kin. Follow the orders. Sydney shouted. Just then, the president of the Earth Federation lunged at her, grasping her collar in a frenzy. No. You cannot do this. There are survivors. There are children. They are merely sick. With a vaccine, with an antidote. There is no antidote. Sydney forcefully pushed him away, pointing at the soldier on the screen requesting to fire, her voice hoarse with urgency. Open your eyes. They do not wish to become monsters. This is their final dignity. That is a breeding ground for the alien. That is a bomb ready to explode. If I do not act, 100 billion souls on Earth will perish. All of human civilization will be doomed. However, the president of the Earth Federation collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. But by doing this, you will become a historical villain. The entire galaxy will condemn you as a butcher. Your name will be etched upon the pillar of shame. Sydney straightened her disheveled uniform and adjusted her cap. She gazed out at the cerulean earth, her expression soft yet resolute. Let them condemn me. I will bear the blame. I will ascend the pillar of shame. As long as humanity survives. As long as this abhorrent alien scourge is eradicated. What does it matter if I descend into hell? She turned to the still doubtful young officer, approached him, and personally pressed the launch button. Remember this moment, child. For redemption, we must become demons. Fire. For humanity. Boom. As the button was pressed, the giant powered up once more. This time, the blue beam did not bring the ecstasy of revenge, but rather an agonizing sorrow. The beam swept across the moon and Mars. Those once vibrant colonies of the Earth Federation fell silent in an instant. There were no screams, as their nervous systems evaporated in an instant. 130 million once vibrant lives, along with the aliens within them, turned to dust. This was a severed limb that civilization had to sacrifice for survival. It was also the last mercy of the Earth Federation towards their kin, granting them instantaneous liberation from the agony of being parasitized. As the scene of the moon's purification reached the council, the alien representatives who had feigned ignorance, even severed communications, suddenly sprang to life as if invigorated. Look, look, the rat-like speaker excitedly pointed at the screen, as if seizing a monumental opportunity. The Human Federation has used planet-destroying weapons against their own kin. This is a crime against humanity. This is genocide, regardless of the reasons. The slaughter of civilians is absolutely intolerable. I propose immediate galactic sanctions against the Human Federation. Declare them the enemies of the galaxy. The hall erupted with voices of agreement. They had finally found an excuse. They need not face the terror of the swarm, nor take responsibility for their indifference. They could merely stand on their moral high ground, condemning the true hero who had saved the world, thus masking their own cowardice and hypocrisy. Do you see? Lu Chen's voice turned icy cold. This is the fate of a hero. You save them, yet they seek to judge you. Since this galaxy is so hypocritical, then the Earth Federation need not strive to be a savior any longer. Chapter 24. Betrayal of the Galaxy. Who truly is the monster? The somber images of that blood-stained mercy slowly faded from the heavens. However, what followed was not gratitude or understanding, but an unprecedented moral trial against the Savior. In the parallel universe's galactic council chamber, the atmosphere was more fervent than before, its opulence undiminished. Representatives from hundreds of alien civilizations surrounded a lone human at the center like sharks sensing blood. This was not the president of the Earth Federation, but rather a diplomat from the Human Federation. Clad in a black military uniform, he stood tall, facing the barrage of accusations with not a hint of remorse. only profound disdain. This is barbarism. This is an unforgivable atrocity. The rat-like speaker pounded the podium with a wooden gavel, spitting words of righteousness. The Human Federation, without authorization, intruded upon the territory of a member nation and employed the giant weapon explicitly prohibited by the treaty. You massacred 130 million sentient lives in an instant. This is an unprecedented act of genocide in galactic history. From the audience, a representative of a peace-loving civilization with a bird-like head rose, speaking with heartfelt sorrow. Those humans who were infected, though they are afflicted, they are still lives. Perhaps if we just waited a few more days, our scientists could develop a vaccine? Why could you not show a little more patience? Why resort to such extreme measures? Patience, the human diplomat scoffed. His voice, though low, reverberated throughout the hall, overpowering the clamor. Where was your patience when the swarm devoured the borders of the Earth Federation? Where was your vaccine when that father was torn apart by an alien in defense of his daughter? Where was your compassion when those damned children of the stars treated humanity as mere incubators? The diplomat stepped forward, his gaze cutting through every alien representative present. We destroyed the moon to save 100 billion lives on Earth, to prevent the swarm from encroaching upon your doorsteps. Without the fleet of the Earth Federation, without that neutron annihilation, those gathered here for this meeting are likely not you, but rather the parasites that have emerged from within you. We have sullied our hands to save your lives. And now, you dare to judge us? A momentary silence enveloped the hall. Many representatives lowered their heads in guilt. Yet, the speaker of the rodent race was evidently unwilling to let this matter rest. It understood that if the Human Federation, this aberration, was not brought down, the authority of the galactic community would be utterly obliterated. This is sophistry, the speaker exclaimed, clearly agitated. Regardless of the outcome, your methods are malevolent. You have employed weapons of mass destruction, posing the greatest threat to galactic peace. If left unpunished, will you not use titanic forces to obliterate us tomorrow? This statement struck a nerve among all civilizations. Indeed, this was their true fear. They were not terrified of the Human Federation's actions against humanity, but rather of the Federation's capability to annihilate stars. A civilization equipped with the power to extinguish celestial bodies, acting with decisiveness, is akin to a lion intruding upon a flock of sheep, instilling dread in them all. Indeed, sanctions must be imposed. Disarm them. Destroy the Titans. Declare the Human Federation a galactic enemy. The chorus of approval arose once more, even more fervent than before. Voting commences. Resolution 404 regarding sanctions against the Human Federation. On the holographic screen, the green columns of agreement surged wildly. Almost all alien civilizations, whether pacifists or militarists, reached a tacit consensus in their desire to extinguish the Human Federation. World of Rick and Morty, huh? Did you see that, Morty? I told you those rodents would act this way. Rick Sanchez sat in his spaceship, a half-eaten burger in hand, wearing a smirk of mockery. Rick, this is so unfair. Morty exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. The Federation saved everyone. They are heroes. Why are these people repaying kindness with malice? Heroes? Rick rolled his eyes, spitting out a sour pickle. Morty, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? In the eyes of political creatures, there are no heroes, only uncontrollable variables. He pointed at the rodent speaker, launching into his signature acerbic tirade. These bureaucrats care not for who lives and who dies. They are concerned only with, oh no, that human possesses a great weapon, and he truly dares to use it. That terrifies my withered pineal gland. This is the essence of the collective, Morty. When a flock of sheep discovers a lion protecting them, their first reaction is not gratitude, but rather an intent to slay the lion when it is vulnerable. Rick took a swig of his drink and burped, because the lion is too powerful enough to deprive these worthless creatures of sleep. Hence, they seek to strangle the lion with the rope of morality. TSK, TSK, TSK. This plot is as cliched as a Disney animation, only here, the villains occupy the seats of Parliament. The Human Federation diplomat gazed at the final voting result, devoid of anger, only a profound sorrow born from witnessing the world's ugliness. He removed the Human Federation insignia from his chest and gently placed it on the table. Very well. You have chosen betrayal. Remember this day. Remember how you treated your savior. When the true darkness descends, do not expect us to rekindle the torches. Three-body world. Luo Ji observed the diplomat who exited the assembly hall alone, The cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter. This is the other side of the dark forest. It is not merely the hunter and the prey. It is also jealousy and fear. The moment you reveal even a hint of dangerous capability, even if your intentions are benevolent, you will be jointly strangled by the surrounding weaklings. Supreme Leader Sydney gazed upon this supreme sanction order from the galactic community. 1. Immediately disarm the Human Federation completely. 2. Surrender the Titans and related technology. 3. Compensate for ecological damage caused by the war. 4. The leader of the Human Federation and senior generals must face trial by the Galactic Court. Ha ha. Sydney suddenly erupted into laughter. Her laughter grew louder and more deranged, even bringing tears to her eyes. What a fine galactic community. What an ecological loss. She crumpled the sanction order into a ball and tossed it into the trash. Adjutant. Yes, leader. How much dark matter do we have left in our inventory? The adjutant paused momentarily, then realized the implication, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Report, leader. Enough to support a galaxy-scale energy release. Sydney nodded. She turned towards the command console. The tragic hero who had once ordered a massacre to save her kin was utterly dead at that moment. In her place stood a fourth calamity, determined to drag the world into oblivion after being betrayed by it. Since they label us a threat, since they deem us a calamity, if we do not act decisively, would we not be remiss in living up to that title? Sydney's finger hovered over a red, long-sealed Supreme Authority button. The codename for that button was Become the Crisis. The voice of Lu Chun resonated ominously, carrying the tremor of an impending end. This galaxy has rotted. Since rules are meant to bind heroes, let us break the rules. Since the world cannot accommodate humanity, let us obliterate this damned world. Chapter 25. The calamity ascends. So be it. Let there be destruction. Above the sky, the scene turned crimson and oppressive. It was not the color of blood, but rather the hue of alarm, a warning that some danger level had breached the threshold. Following the galactic community's sanction order, all trade routes of the Human Federation were severed, and all stargates were sealed. Those research stations and observation posts situated in neutral zones suffered indiscriminate bombardment by the coalition forces. The entire galaxy rejoiced. They celebrated the triumph of justice. As if defeating the Human Federation, a marauder equipped with star-destroying weapons, would render the world better and peace everlasting. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that they were opening Pandora's box. They were coercing a lion, intent on guarding its home, into transforming into a demon that devours worlds. Parallel Universe United Stars Supreme Command. Supreme Leader Sydney stood before a colossal holographic star map. On the map, the once friendly green dots had nearly all vanished, replaced by a dense mass of red dots representing hostile forces, former allies, erstwhile beneficiaries. And even those small nations that had relied on the Human Federation for protection from pirates now bared their fangs, joining in the frenzy to divide the Human Federation's spoils. Leader, our economy is collapsing. The production of consumer goods is insufficient, and public sentiment is unstable. Leader, the Third Fleet has encountered an ambush at the border and requests support. The assailants are the Peacekeepers Alliance we once aided. Leader, the Galactic Council has sent an ultimatum demanding our unconditional surrender within an hour. Bad news poured in like a blizzard. Each message trampled upon the dignity of the Human Federation. Yet, there was neither anger nor despair on Sydney's face. Instead, she bore an expression of relief, as if shedding a tremendous burden. No need to pretend anymore, she softly declared, as if speaking to herself and to all of humanity. We endeavored to integrate into this galaxy. We attempted to adhere to their rules. We even bore the burden of infamy to save them, dirtying our hands in the process. But what was the outcome? The outcome is that good deeds go unrewarded. They do not seek guardians. They only desire a soft target to bully at will. Alas. Sydney raised her head, her gaze ablaze with a dark purple ethereal flame. Humanity has never been a soft target. She extended her hand and pressed the red icon on the command console, which had been flashing but never dared to be touched. This icon was sealed within the highest level of encryption, codenamed Crisis. System prompt. Highest command detected. Do you confirm the ascension to become Crisis? A blood-red warning box appeared on the screen. Warning. This operation is irreversible. Upon selection, you will become the enemy of the entire galaxy. You will no longer be regarded as a civilized entity. Warning. Your objective will shift from survival to ascension. Warning. This path will lead to the structural collapse of the reality universe. Without a moment's hesitation, confirm, buzz, as the confirmation button was pressed. A peculiar wave of dark purple ethereal energy, imbued with a sense of annihilation, instantly engulfed the entirety of the Human Federation. Natural disaster ascension, if so, let there be destruction. The voice of Chen resounded, filled with a chilling madness and sanctity. At this moment, the Human Federation that sought to be virtuous has perished. In its place arises a human empire that lives solely for itself, sacrificing everything for the sake of ascension. On the screen, every factory of the Human Federation simultaneously ceased civilian production. No longer producing food, no longer manufacturing luxury goods, no longer creating exquisite crafts to appease extraterrestrial beings. All production lines switched to military mode. Numerous dark matter extraction wells that had long been sealed were reactivated. Sinister-looking vessels, entirely black, seemingly born for destruction. The natural disaster fleet sailed out of the docks. They no longer utilized conventional alloys, instead forcibly assembling them from raw ores, pursuing only the utmost in firepower and quantity. They no longer required shields, for their hulls were composed of crystalline armor. No need for trade, we shall seize. No need for allies, we have slaves. No need for rules, for we are the rule. In the central star position of the capital star system of the Human Federation, an unprecedented scale, larger and more complex than a Dyson sphere, a colossal framework began to unfold slowly. It resembled a gigantic funnel, or perhaps a vortex leading to hell. At its center was a constantly rotating dark purple singularity, surrounded by intricate gravitational stabilizing rings and energy conduits. This was the ultimate dream of the Human Federation and the ultimate nightmare of the entire galaxy. Ether resonance engine, technical analysis, a bridge between reality and the illusion. Chen's voice became exceedingly professional and cold. This is both a miracle and a curse. Its sole purpose, to insert a tube into the wounds of the reality universe, directly extracting boundless ethereal energy from the illusion realm. However, this energy is immense and volatile. Ordinary matter cannot bear this high-dimensional scouring and will disintegrate instantaneously. Thus, we require dark matter. An enormous amount, enough to fill a star system with dark matter. Only this fundamental material of the universe can construct a sufficiently sturdy container to tame the fury of the illusion realm. Why does the Human Federation pursue this? Because in this material universe, life has its limits. Even mechanical ascension cannot escape the fate of heat death. Only by transcending to a higher plane of existence can one completely break free from the confines of the mundane and become a deity, thus attaining true eternity. On the screen, countless engineering vessels were injecting the refined high-purity dark matter into the engine's force field framework. With every ton injected, the spatial structure surrounding the engine deepened, as if the veil of reality were being bent and stretched by some high-dimensional weight, until visible cracks appeared. However, maintaining this void requires an unimaginable cost that this realm's beings cannot fathom. Dark matter is not fuel, it is the container. It is the only substance capable of locking away the energies of the illusion realm within this three-dimensional universe, preventing its premature dissolution. When the engine is completed, we will no longer suppress that force from the other side, but rather actively tear apart the final barrier between reality and the illusion realm. At that moment, the reaction from subspace will instantaneously annihilate the material structure of the galaxy. All stars will cease to shine, and all planets will be reduced to dust. And the humans at the core of the engine will, in the final microsecond before the collapse of the material universe, completely strip their collective consciousness from their bodies and transmit it through the passage opened by the engine to a higher dimension. As for the other civilizations within the galaxy, they will be left behind like ants in a burning old house. When we transform ourselves into pure ethereal entities, ascending into the immortal illusion realm, they will become nothing more than meaningless background noise alongside this doomed lower-dimensional universe. Marvel Universe. Thanos gazed at the massive engine, his double-edged blade dropping to the ground. He had always believed himself to be the most resolute sovereign in the universe. For the sake of balance, for resources, he bore the infamy of slaughtering half the population. But at this moment, witnessing the ambition of the Human Federation, he felt like a short-sighted philanthropist. To sacrifice the entire universe for the ascension of his people. Better I bear the burden of the world than have the world bear mine. This is the true sovereign. This is the natural disaster. Three-body world. The singer, humming a tune as he carelessly cleaned up debris, suddenly halted. He gazed at the engine in the sky that was devouring reality, the ease in his eyes vanishing. Treating the three-dimensional universe as fuel to ascend to a higher dimension? These insects, no, these madmen. They actually intend to forcibly ascend through such violent means? This is more perilous than a two-dimensional foil. It threatens to dismantle the foundational structure of the universe. Warhammer 40K Universe, the Golden Throne. The Emperor's consciousness emitted a faint yet contradictory wave. They were playing with fire. Attempting to harness the powers of subspace, the illusion realm, often leads to being consumed by it. But, if it is for the survival of the race, to break free from this cold material prison, perhaps this is another form of a great expedition. Galactic Council Chamber, the rat-like speaker, still dreaming of dividing the human federation, suddenly received an urgent report from the front lines. Speaker, it's bad. The human federation, they have gone mad. They no longer defend. Their entire army has launched an attack. They are crazily detonating stars. They are destroying everything. The scenes on the speaker's screen left all representatives paralyzed with fear. Fleets of the human federation, adorned with crimson disaster flags, swept through every corner of the galaxy like locusts. They no longer occupied planets, nor did they plunder resources. They directly deployed celestial weapons. These were enormous cubic warships. They flew above stars, unfurling terrifying gravitational nets that brutally tore apart the stars, extracting the last drops of light and heat, leaving behind only a collapsed black hole. Boom, boom, boom. One star after another extinguished under the bombardment of the human federation. Each explosion provided precious dark matter fuel for the constructing ether resonance engine. The broadcasts of the human federation echoed across all channels, their tone as cold as death, devoid of any emotion. You say we are a natural disaster? Very well. As you wish. Now, the game is over. Please prepare to embrace the end. Chapter 26. The world becomes the enemy. Celestial weapons strike. Above the sky, the entire galaxy seemed to have ignited, as the human alliance pressed the crimson button dubbed Catastrophic Ascension. The colossal entity known as the Galactic Commonwealth finally ceased its interminable squabbling, revealing its terrifying essence as a dominion of interstellar supremacy. The red alarms blazed furiously across every hyperspace lane. Thousands of star gates opened simultaneously, signaling the assembly of the Galactic Guardians Coalition. Hundreds of alien civilizations, militaristic, pacifist, or idealistic, cast aside their prejudices to form an unprecedented united fleet. The number of warships was unfathomable, akin to an impenetrable wall of steel converging from all directions towards the territories of the human alliance. At the forefront of the coalition were several fleets exuding an ancient and perilous aura, belonging to the awakened fallen empire, which had slumbered for millennia and possessed godlike technology. Their titanic warships towered like mountains, and each dark matter spear could effortlessly rend ordinary stellar fortresses asunder. Their shields were unyielding, their tactics flawless. Countless extraterrestrials roared in the communication channels, their voices coalescing into a will potent enough to drown the stars. Faced with such dire straits, the defenses of the human alliance appeared as fragile as a paper boat in a tempest on the verge of capsizing. Meanwhile, in the world of Rick and Morty, Rick was demonstrating to Morty how to construct a barbecue grill using dark matter aboard their spaceship. Witnessing this spectacle, Morty whistled, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Wow, what a grand scene. Morty, look. This is the legendary universal hatred. When you try to cheat on a PvP server, this is the consequence. The system administrator has personally come down to ban them. Morty trembled in fear, exclaiming, Rick, they're doomed. So many are attacking just one of them. There's no way they can win. Win? Rick bit into the barbecue, a knowing smirk gracing his lips, a look only seasoned players would comprehend. No, Morty. You don't grasp the mindset of the fourth catastrophe. When a player decides to blow up the server, they no longer care about winning. What matters is how spectacularly they can make the server explode. A voice, that of Chen, resonated with fervor, poised to witness a myth while simultaneously deriding the logic of ancient warfare. Do you think this is war? No, for the human alliance at this moment. This is merely a material plundering operation. Those stars are not enemies. They are merely the bricks we desperately need for our Tower of Babel. The human alliance no longer seeks victory. We only require time. The screen depicted sinister, pitch-black catastrophe fleets leaping from hyperspace. They did not form a defensive formation to counter the coalition. Instead, like a pack of rabid dogs scenting blood, they surged towards the rear of the enemy, targeting the unsuspecting core star systems. Their objective was not the enemy's warships, but the stars themselves. Heavenly incendiary troops, engage. Boom. The first star detonated. It was the capital star system of a core member nation of the Galactic Council. A massive black square warship, the Heavenly Incendiary Troop, suddenly appeared in the star's orbit, disregarding the onslaught of thousands of escort ships, unleashing a terrifying gravitational net that violently tore the star apart. Minutes later, a supernova erupted. The blinding white light instantaneously engulfed the entire star system, along with the stationed coalition fleet and hundreds of billions of alien civilians, reducing them to fundamental particles. But this was merely the beginning. Boom, 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 like a cascade of falling dominoes or fireworks igniting during a festival. The corners of the galaxy began to illuminate with flashes of death. The human alliance ceased its defensive posture. They abandoned the borders, relinquished colonies, and even forsook all star systems except for the capital. They poured all resources into the mass production of the Heavenly Incendiary Troops. Dozens of black squares, like harbingers of death, madly leaped through the galaxy. Each leap signified the annihilation of a star system. Each birth of a black hole meant the thinning of reality's barriers. And it signified an additional layer of reinforcement for the etheric engine's shell. In the flagship of the Human Alliance, the rescued president of the Earth Alliance gazed at the holographic screen displaying the extinguishing star map, watching as the numbers representing trillions of lives instantaneously dwindled to zero. His entire being quaking violently. He collapsed to the ground, pointing at Sydney's back, his voice brimming with fear and confusion. You've gone mad. You're completely insane. That's trillions of lives. That's millennia of civilization. Are we to bury the entire galaxy for our own survival? Is this what you call human supremacy? This is nothing short of devilish conduct. Chancellor Sydney did not turn around. She merely gazed silently at the star being detonated, the flames casting a blood-red hue upon her hardened profile, as if cloaking her in a sanguine aura. Devils? She let out a soft laugh, turning to look down at the Earth Alliance president. Did they consider our lives when they severed our lifelines? When they, in the Council, forsook 10 billion people on Earth for a few whales? Did they contemplate the weight of civilization? Sydney approached him, bending down, regarding him with a gaze almost suffused with pity. Wipe your tears, Mr. President. In this universe, mercy is the privilege of the strong. It is the epitaph of the weak. And we declared the bankruptcy of mercy long ago in that council hall. In the command center of the Galactic Coalition, the highest commander, a psychic master from the fallen empire, was now utterly unhinged. He watched the screen as star systems continued to vanish, witnessing his homeland succumb to black holes, and dropped his scepter to the ground. Madmen. They are lunatics. They care not for victory or defeat. They are dragging us down with them. Quickly, concentrate firepower. Attack Unity Star. We must destroy it before the engine is completed. The coalition surged frantically towards the capital of the Human Alliance. Yet there awaited them the final and mightiest defense of the Human Alliance. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Unity Star, now transformed into a colossal meat grinder. Countless psychic assault squads stood upon the asteroid belt, their eyes ablaze with violet flames, cleaving through enemy ship armor with their energy blades. Billions of unmanned combat drones launched suicidal charges, using their steel bodies to shield against the fallen empire's titanic light spears. Behind the defenses were numerous psychic beacons. Tens of thousands of psychics were draining their lives, invoking high-dimensional energy storms in the void, erasing swathes of the enemy fleet. For humanity, for ascension, the communication channels were filled with such roars. This was a no-retreat death struggle, a sacrifice made in pursuit of divinity. We are burning. Lu Chun beheld the harrowing battlefield, his voice low and solemn. Every second, billions of Human Alliance soldiers perish. Every second, a star extinguishes. But it is all worth it. For that engine, the staircase to the realm of the gods is about to be forged. The scene shifted to the core of the etheric engine. As the transport ships injected the final batch of high-purity dark matter into the framework, the engine's physical structure finally stabilized. The unbound virtual energy surged uncontrollably, the dark violet vortex expanding to its limits, as if intent on swallowing the entire universe. The surrounding space began to collapse, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. The piercing wails in the void grew ever louder, a cacophony of the entities from the astral realm desperately attempting to thwart this final progression. Yet, against the surging torrent of spiritual energy, even deities could not intercede. Chancellor Sydney stood before the control console, her form beginning to take on a semi-transparent quality, an omen of her impending ascension. She gazed at the approaching coalition fleet, observing the once mighty extraterrestrials, now engulfed in terror, and a faint smile graced her lips. Come forth. Your timing is impeccable, coinciding perfectly with this cosmic spectacle. Ether Resonance Engine, charging at 99. Countdown initiated. Chapter 27. Ether Resonance Engine. The moment of doom above. In the celestial canopy, the galaxy of the parallel universe had reached the terminus of existence. Coordinates. Parallel Universe Unity Star Ether Resonance Engine Core. This artificial mechanical heart, forged from hundreds of billions of tons of ultra-pure dark matter crystals, had its tendrils deeply embedded in the ocean of spiritual energy from the astral realm, akin to a gluttonous infant voraciously siphoning sustenance from higher dimensions. The surrounding space had ceased to be black, transforming into a dazzling, almost dizzying dark purple. This was the manifestation of excess high-dimensional energy, a fissure in the fabric of reality, akin to a balloon overinflated, its surface marred by countless fine cracks. Alert! Reality stability reduced to 0.01. Astral veil has been torn apart. On the bridge, the alarm sounded with a lament as mournful as a death knell. Yet it was soon drowned out by the explosions outside. The vanguard of the Galactic Guardian Coalition, led by an invincible fleet from the fallen empire, finally breached the last flesh-and-blood defense of humanity. Thousands of brilliant light spears rained down, striking the shell of the Ether Resonance Engine with tremendous force. Each impact reverberated throughout the entire star system, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Stop it! Quickly halt it! The Coalition commander bellowed hoarsely. Shatter that core, and we shall prevail. The galaxy shall be saved. But their path was obstructed not only by humanity's shields, but also by the malevolence emanating from the astral realm. As the engine neared completion, the fabric of reality was irrevocably shattered. Countless, indescribable void entities screeched as they surged through the cracks, terrified of the engine, frantically attacking all living beings within sight, be they the human defenses or the Coalition warships. The entire star system had devolved into a chaotic battlefield where the laws of physics faltered. Mortals fired their weapons, deities danced wildly, yet the engine continued its steadfast rotation. For the space surrounding it had been transformed into the astral realm. Conventional physical attacks upon it were akin to stones tossed into water, merely creating ripples before being consumed by higher dimensional laws. Before the console, Chancellor Sydney stood in serene silence. Her body had transcended flesh, no longer even mechanical. She was transforming into a pure entity of light, an amalgamation of the collective will of countless citizens of humanity. Through the shattered viewport, she beheld the alien fleet in a frenzy of assault. She saw the fear in their eyes, witnessed their last desperate acts for survival. How pitiable, she murmured softly, her tone devoid of mockery, imbued instead with a sense of lofty compassion. They remained ensnared in this low-dimensional prison, fighting tooth and nail over a mere patch of land. They believed that victory in this battle would yield peace and prolong their civilization. Yet they could never comprehend what it truly meant to ascend dimensions. Sydney extended her now semi-transparent hand, hovering above the ultimate activation button. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The gaze of all realms converged upon that finger. A voice resonated, solemnly bidding farewell to this great civilization. This is the ultimate answer to the fourth catastrophe. We do not rule the galaxy, for the galaxy is too small to contain our ambition. We do not annihilate life, for life is too fragile to withstand our tumult. We merely seek to carry all of humanity towards a new realm devoid of pain, death, and hypocrisy. As for the cost, Chancellor Sydney's voice reverberated through the entire collapsing galaxy, grand and sacred, as if a deity was proclaiming the final judgment. You have called us monsters, labeled us disasters. Yet you fail to grasp that all we do is strive to transcend the chasm that mortals cannot cross. In this cold material universe, nothing is eternal. Stars will extinguish, black holes will evaporate, and even the universe itself will succumb to heat death. Only ascension is the true escape. Her finger descended slowly. Every grand endeavor requires sacrifice for its creation. With that declaration, The ether resonance engine erupted in brilliance surpassing that of 10,000 supernovae. The radiance instantly engulfed the surrounding coalition fleet. The once mighty Titan warships melted into the light like snow, unable to utter a scream. The other beings within the galaxy may not comprehend. The light continued to spread, manifesting as a wave of spiritual energy that transcended the speed of light, sweeping across every arm and every system of the galaxy in an instant. Whether hiding in deep space or ensconced in bunkers on their home planets, all lifted their heads to behold the purple sky. That was the final vision of their lives, and the most beautiful one at that. Yet they would inevitably submit. Time here had lost all significance. The very threads of the universe would be manipulated according to our declared necessity. The next phase of existence awaited. Should we activate the engine? Sydney regarded the prompt that materialized in the void, a smile gracing her lips. Let go and do it. Click. The button was pressed. Boom. Silence ensued. For the medium through which sound propagates, even the very space that upholds the laws of physics, was utterly torn asunder by the counterforce of subspace in that instant. Hundreds of billions of stars extinguished simultaneously, followed by their disintegration. This was not an ordinary explosion. It was the collapse of the dimensional reality. The astral energies long suppressed by the engine surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, obliterating the barriers of the three-dimensional universe. The scene displayed the entire galaxy transformed into a colossal vortex consumed by purple energy. All planets, all civilizations, all histories, all loves and hatreds lost their significance within this vortex, reverting to their primal chaos. Perspective from Earth. On Earth, recently salvaged from despair, the survivors felt no fear. They gazed at the purple light devouring all, astonished to find their perspectives growing lighter than ever before. They looked down to see their heavy corporeal forms gradually disintegrating into ashes amidst the glow. Yet they felt no pain, only a sense of liberation. A mother held her child close, whispering, "Fear not, we are going home. The shell is but a shackle, and in this moment, the shackles have shattered." They were becoming a part of that great consciousness. And at the vortex's center, countless golden lights soared into the heavens. Those were billions of citizens of humanity. Hand in hand, devoid of fear, only joy. In the final microsecond before material annihilation, they traversed the path opened by the engine, completing the upload of their collective consciousness. They rode the cataclysmic wave of energy, breaking free from the constraints of the three-dimensional universe, ascending to a higher plane of existence. They had become divine, and the once prosperous, tumultuous galaxy, rife with intrigue and betrayal, was now engulfed in a profound silence. Apart from a few slowly evaporating black holes, nothing remained. It was as pristine as a blank canvas. The audience from countless realms remained silent for a full 5 minutes. No one sent comments, nor did anyone utter a word. All were rendered speechless, their souls shaken by the grand sacrifice made in the pursuit of divinity, which demanded the offering of the universe. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos sat upon the steps, gazing at the desolate expanse of the galaxy, the infinity gauntlet slipping from his grasp. He had always believed himself to be the most resolute sovereign in the cosmos. In his quest for balance, he had extinguished half of all life. Yet, in this moment, he felt akin to a short-sighted village chief. Is this true redemption? Complete annihilation, followed by utter rebirth. In comparison to their deeds, my aspirations seem minuscule. In the realm of the Super God Academy, Carl stood in the square of the Death Song Academy, gazing at the heavens, tears streaming down his youthful visage. It is so beautiful, too beautiful. This is the essence of the void, the ultimate terror I have long sought. They accomplished it. They truly did. Queen Kesha, did you witness this? Before the reality of ascendance, your righteous order appears as trivial as a child's building blocks. In the universe of Rick and Morty, Rick sat amidst a sea of empty bottles, staring at the final void on the screen. Morty was rendered speechless. Rick, did they really blow up the galaxy? Everyone, even Earth. Indeed, Morty. Boom. It's all gone. Rick belched. But there was no mockery in his tone this time. He raised his bottle in a toast to the flickering lights of those lost on the screen. A rare glimmer of respect in his gaze. Though they were madmen, in this multitude of parallel universes, they were the only ones daring enough to upend the table and abandon the game. This toast is for you. At least you did not devolve into Jerry. In the world of the Shinigami, Aizen stood upon the throne of Hueco Mundo, observing the luminous river leading to the realm of the void. a fervent smile gracing his lips. Is this what it means to stand among the heavens? Without the king's key or the Hogyoku, relying solely on the will of an entire race, they shattered the boundaries of dimensions. Humanity Federation, you have shown me the pinnacle of evolution. On the golden throne, the emaciated figure of the emperor remained motionless, yet the psychic flames throughout the palace flickered wildly. The emperor let out a long sigh. Sacrifice. Obedience. This band of humanity has ventured down the path I once envisioned, but dared not tread. They are more ruthless and freer than I. Perhaps this is another form of glory for mankind. In the highest dimension of this universe, a group of indescribable observers recorded this experiment. Number Galaxy 023. Confirming the collapse of the reality structure. Civilization level assessment. Invincible, ascended. Recommendation, do not provoke. Do not engage. If encountered, restart the universe immediately. As the screen above dimmed, the tale of humanity concluded. They departed this low-dimensional existence, journeying to a realm untouched by all the myriad worlds. The voice of Lu Chun slowly resonated, marking the epic's final chapter. This is the fourth catastrophe. We do not speak of reason or morality, only of survival and evolution. I have won. I rule the galaxy. I have lost. I obliterated the galaxy. Though humanity has vanished, their legends will forever be etched in every civilization's nightmares. For from this day forth, whenever one gazes upon the starry sky and perceives that pitch-black void, they will remember that once a group of madmen ignited the entire sea of stars in their quest for divinity. Chapter 28. When physics reaches its end in the realm of the stars. Within the main universe of the Earth Federation, the silence in the Geneva Assembly Hall persisted for a full 10 minutes. The once vocal proponents of peace, inclusivity, and diversity now appeared pale, as if their spines had been extracted, slumped in their comfortable, floating chairs. They gazed at the empty galaxy in the sky, experiencing for the first time a profound tremor from the depths of their souls. The parallel universe's humanity had imparted a lesson through the most extreme means, teaching them the essence of unfreedom, better dead than enslaved. Did we truly err? A young human legislator murmured. He looked outside at the protesters advocating for the expulsion of aliens, watching those holding placards of love and peace, suddenly finding them absurd and childlike. If one does not take up arms, if one does not become cold-hearted, even embracing an entire galaxy would merely render them fuel for the strong. Bang! The Minister of Defense slammed his hand on the table, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I propose we immediately resume the research of the giant project. Even if condemned by the galactic community, even if sanctioned, we must possess our trump card. Are you mad? A leader clad in a white robe leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at the Minister of Defense. Look at the fate of that parallel universe. That is anti-human. That is genocide. If we also create giants, how are we different from those lunatics? What would the galaxy think of us? How would they think? The Minister of Defense sneered, gesturing towards the screen showing the dark void. Do you believe those deceased aliens care what others think? In this dark forest, only the survivors have the right to discuss morality. The dead are fit only to become ashes. That is fascist rhetoric. I will impeach you. To hell with your impeachment. If the swarm comes, will you try to charm them with your love? The hall erupted into chaos. The two factions bickered fiercely, some even resorting to physical confrontation. Papers flew through the air like footnotes to this fractured world. Amidst the tumult, the president of the Earth Federation gazed at the screen still displaying the final images of humanity, slowly closing his eyes. He understood that regardless of the outcome of today's quarrel, the naive era of the Federation had come to an end. In stark contrast to the turmoil of the Earth Federation, the atmosphere within the Human Federation was entirely different. Chancellor Sidney Bockel stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, saluting the sky with a precise military gesture. Her eyes reflected not fear, but deep respect, along with a hint of longing to become divine. Willing to obliterate everything? Though mad, it is indeed something humanity is capable of. Turning around, she regarded the generals behind her, their spirits ignited, flames burning in their eyes. Gentlemen, while we are not yet required to reach that point, let us remember the lesson from that parallel universe. In this dark forest, those wielding bombs are the only ones entitled to discuss the future. Increase military funding. I want our giants perpetually charged. Additionally, send word to the Earth Federation. Sydney paused, a wry smile creeping onto her lips. Though they were foolish, they were still human. If the swarm truly comes, Inform them we shall not stand idly by. Understood. Chancellor. In the system settlement space, Chen let out a long breath. With the conclusion of the humanity segment, the system's shock values had skyrocketed, the red numbers dancing frantically, even glitching due to the overwhelming magnitude. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the epic review of the stars segment. Current shock level, multiverse grade. Calculating rewards. Chen rubbed his hands together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Such a commotion. Shattering the composure of so many influential figures, surely the system ought to reward him with something substantial. However, the system's notification left him momentarily bewildered. System notification. Host lacks dimensional intervention means. Searching for high-value items in the multiverse. Target locked. Universe C-137. Executing temporal borrowing program. Borrowing successful. The scene flickered, revealing a small real-time monitoring window in the lower right corner of the sky. C-137 Universe Rick's garage, the disheveled, intoxicated genius scientist Rick Sanchez was now exuberantly brandishing a newly assembled teleportation gun, radiating a vibrant green glow. Look, Morty, this is my newly upgraded teleportation gun too. 0. It can traverse parallel universes and has even pinpointed high-dimensional spaces through quantum entanglement. Not even a deity could stop me. This is a one-of-a-kind in the entire universe. Morty gazed in awe. Wow, Rick, that's so cool. Where are we going to adventure? Where? Of course, to confront that bastard behind the sky. I want to ask him face to face. Before Rick could finish his statement, whoosh, the gun in his hand vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Leaving no trace of disturbance in the air, Rick maintained his gun-holding posture, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, he erupted, WTF? Which bastard stole my gun? He frantically pounded the table, brandishing various complex scanners at the air, even pulling out a laser gun and firing randomly at the ceiling. I know you're watching. That bastard named Chen, the one messing with the sky. That's my patent. I have the copyright. That's my hard work. Damn system. Damn high-dimensional beings. Rick, in a fit of rage, circled the garage, even activating a colossal radar-like dimensional tracker. I will find you, no matter which dimension you're in. Even if you're a god, I'll drag you out and give you a beating. However, no matter how the device was overclocked, the screen displayed only a blizzard of incomprehensible static. ZZZZ boom. The device overloaded and exploded, releasing a cloud of black smoke, leaving Rick covered in soot, his iconic frizzy hair even more disheveled. The garage fell into a brief silence. Morty, terrified, hid beneath the table. Oh my God, Rick. Have we angered some higher deity? Are we going to die? Deity? Rick wiped the soot from his face, showing no fear. Even his surprise dissipated. Instead, he squinted irritably, fixating on a point in the void. Then, he slowly raised both middle fingers in a classic gesture. Wow, is this really your tactic? Plot device. Rick began a frenzied tirade towards the air. I see you. I see you all. You, hiding behind the screen, script kitty stealing things with administrator privileges. You think blowing up my machine means you've won? Huh, that was just a prototype. Only a genius like me can wield it. You'll find it useless. So be careful it doesn't blow off your hands. Rick, who are you talking to? Shut up, Morty. I'm talking to the lousy writer who forcibly robbed me to advance the plot. Rick kicked aside some scrap metal, took a swig from a bottle. His face a mask of disdain here. Consider it a gift from me to you low-dimensional beings. Remember, it was I, Rick Sanchez, who discarded it. Not you who snatched it away. Burp. Morty, get a shovel. The security system in this universe is too pathetic. We need to move. In the real world, Chen gazed at the teleportation gun still emanating a greenish glow, then glanced at the screen where Rick was flipping off the camera, still ranting. He couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Rick, a stubborn duck. However, only a genius can wield it. He toyed with the teleportation gun as the system's notification chimed in, directly countering Rick's curse. System notification automatically adapted to host genetic permissions. Weapon status, perfect. It seems I have an advantage. Chen reveled in the extraordinary sensation of spatial control. With this, he would no longer be merely a content creator capable of posting videos. He could genuinely intervene in those worlds, even descend personally. System notification, rewards distribution complete. Would you like to initiate the second phase of rewards? Detecting host's intent to deal with the Darwin incident world. Searching for suitable punitive items. Target locked. SCP Foundation Site, 19. executing containment breach guidance program. The scene flickered again. This time, alarms blared at the SCP Foundation containment site. Several fully armed agents stared in terror at an empty containment chamber. Report. SCP-966, the Sleep Killers, has gone missing. The surveillance captured no intruders. It's as if they were erased by some force. Quick, activate full site lockdown. That's an invisible killer. If it escapes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in Chen's room, although nothing was visible, he could sense several cold gazes lurking in the corners. It was a chilling, predatory pressure that sent shivers up his spine, even in the bright light. It felt as though something was hovering behind him, breathing on his neck. If one listened closely, they could hear the heavy, raspy breaths echoing right next to them. These were several SCP-966 entities, observable only under specific wavelengths. They were invisible tormentors, nightmares that prevented victims from ever finding sleep. Chen looked at the teleportation gun in his hand, then at the unseen companions. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Charlie, don't you enjoy discussing the laws of nature? Don't you often question why humans cannot be eaten? Since you have such an affinity for the food chain, allow me to introduce you to a few friends at the top of that chain. They are quite enthusiastic and will keep you company while you sleep. He raised the teleportation gun and pulled the trigger towards the void. A green portal opened, leading to a world rife with fallacies. Chapter 29, Incomprehensible Fear. The collapse of animal welfare in the Darwin Incident world. Charlie's bedroom, in the dead of night, at 4:44 a.m. This marked the fourth night Charlie had been unable to sleep. He curled up in the corner of his bed, once a proud hybrid of human and ape, who had always boasted his evolutionary superiority through his human attire, now resembled a skinned monkey, trembling in fear. His hands clutched his knees tightly, nails digging painfully into flesh. Yet he felt no pain. The eyes that once brimmed with rationality, philosophy, and a sense of superiority now bore bloodshot terror, with deep-set sockets and dilated pupils. Resembling a frightened bird. Hiss! The sound returned. Right beside him, it was a damp, heavy breath, as if lungs were filled with liquid, accompanied by a nauseating, putrid stench reminiscent of decayed flesh, assaulting his nostrils. Charlie shot up, screaming into the empty room. Who? Show yourself. I know you're there. The room was silent. Only the moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting pale shadows on the floor. Nothing was there, but he knew they were present. Just atop the wardrobe, beneath the bed, behind that desk, he could sense the gaze. It was not the look of humanity. It was the avaricious stare of a predator eyeing its meal. Invisible pairs of eyes were fixated on the carotid artery in his neck. This was the hunting game of SCP-966, the Dream Killer. They were unseen tormentors. The unique sound waves they emitted had utterly obliterated the region of Charlie's brain responsible for deep sleep. Each time his eyelids grew heavy, the phantom pain of claws raking across his skin, accompanied by the whispers in his ears, would jolt him awake in an instant. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Charlie clutched his face, which he once took pride in, and frantically struck his head against the wall. I am human. I am a superior sentient being. I should not fear the dark. This is an illusion. This is unscientific. He attempted to rationalize his terror. Yet, in the face of primal instinct, logic was akin to a shield made of paper. This invisible, intangible oppression was gradually stripping away his humanity, reducing him to a primal, terrified beast. The following morning outside Charlie's home, though the heavens had unveiled the brutality of humanity, it ironically acted as a stimulant, inciting a frenzied response from the Animal Liberation Alliance, ALA. They believed humanity was a demon from a parallel universe, and Charlie, a persecuted victim, was the spiritual totem of resistance against human tyranny. Thousands of zealous animal rights activists breached police barricades, congregating at Charlie's doorstep. They raised banners and wielded cameras, initiating a global live broadcast. Protect Charlie. Oppose human tyranny. Charlie is innocent. He is our leader. Charlie, look, Mommy. Mommy has come to save you. The fervent leader of the animal rights organization, a middle-aged man with a face painted thickly with makeup, stood atop a pickup truck, passionately addressing the tightly shut windows of the second floor. Charlie, don't be afraid. We have come to save you. Join us. We will take you to a safe place. You are a symbol of freedom. You are the beacon of vegetarianism. As he shouted, he gestured to an assistant to ensure the camera captured the tears glistening in his eyes, creating a saintly aura. Inside the room, Charlie heard the shouts from outside. However, Under the extreme sleep deprivation, nerve fatigue, and the sonic interference of SCP-966, those voices, which should have sounded friendly, warped into terrifying distortions. The cries morphed from support into the whispers of demons. Trembling, he crawled to the window, peering through the curtain's gap. That glimpse became the last straw that broke the camel's back. In his vision, distorted by the influence of SCP-966, the faces of the animal rights activists below transformed grotesquely. Their features twisted and melted, morphing into greedy, gaping mouths. Even more horrifyingly, he spotted the very monsters that had tormented him for 4 days. Several thin, pale SCP-966 entities, lacking facial features and armed with claws, were perched upon the backs of those activists, as if manipulating puppets. The creature's elongated fingers were plunged into the leader's head, as if stirring his brain, while their tongues licked his cheeks. Yet the leader continued to smile, tears streaming down his face for the camera. They were in cahoots. Charlie's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his teeth chattered, and his lips bled from biting down too hard. Those monsters had taken control of humanity. They were here to catch me. They wanted to devour me. I cannot be caught. I must never be caught. I am a vegetarian. I cannot become food. The instinct for survival completely overwhelmed reason. The philosopher Charlie was dead. What remained was a cornered, frenzied gorilla. Roar. A sound devoid of humanity, filled with primal savagery, shattered the glass of the second floor. Charlie crashed through the window, shards of glass clinging to him. Leaping from the second floor. In the crowd, upon witnessing Charlie's descent, the animal rights activists erupted into chaos. Flashbulbs popped wildly, the sound of shudders echoed. Charlie has come out. Oh my, what an agile figure. He has come to embrace us. Quick, close up. The leader spread his arms wide, a visage of emotion as if welcoming a descended angel. Oh, poor child, do not fear, I love you. However, what awaited him was not an embrace, but a devastating blow capable of shattering rocks. Bang! Charlie lunged at him like a rabid dog, landing a punch squarely on the leader's face. The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. The leader's entire face caved in, blood and teeth splattering everywhere. Get away. Don't eat me. You monsters. Charlie roared, unleashing the gorilla's primal strength in that moment. He seized the leader by the collar, exposing his mouth, which usually only consumed bananas, revealing sharp canines that sank into the leader's shoulder. Rip! A large chunk of flesh was torn away. Oh, my shoulder. Help! Help! The leader screamed like a slaughtered pig, writhing in agony on the ground. Charlie, what are you doing? I came to save you. I am your fan. Liar. You wish to eat me too. You carry monsters on your backs. Get away. Charlie was impervious to the leader's words. In his eyes, these people were all monsters donning human skin. He discarded the leader and turned to pounce upon the group of activists broadcasting live. Madness. This monkey has gone mad. It is attacking us. It is eating people. Run. This is not a civilized being. It is simply a beast. The scene spiraled completely out of control. Once revered and regarded as superior to humanity, Charlie had transformed into an uncontrollable killing machine. He rampaged through the crowd, seizing cameras to hurl at them, overturning promotional vehicles, and biting anyone within reach. Blood stained his iconic hoodie. Meanwhile, in the shadows nearby, several SCP-966 entities, invisible to all but Charlie, stood quietly, as if relishing a circus performance. They were not in a rush to feast, for the despair emanating from this terrified prey, as it turned upon itself, was the finest seasoning for their meal. In the real world, Chen observed the chaotic scene unfolding in the heavens. Witnessing the once-cherished animal rights organization being battered by the very being they sought to protect, watching as Charlie's face contorted grotesquely, and could not help but shake his head. Did you see that? Chen's voice dripped with sarcasm. This is what you call interspecies friendship. In the eyes of the madman, your love is merely appetite. When you attempt to embrace the beast, do not forget, the beast is also eyeing your throat. As the scene concluded, the police finally intervened. Several powerful tranquilizer darts struck the frenzied Charlie. He staggered and collapsed, remnants of some activist's flesh still clinging to his lips, his gaze filled with fear. Fixated on a point in the void, he was confined within a specially designed, reinforced cage. Ironically, this cage had been prepared by the animal rights organization to protect him from human harm. Charlie huddled in a corner of the cage, trembling. Outside the cage, though invisible to anyone, those SCP 966 entities remained, quietly extending their hands into the cage, caressing Charlie's head. May you never find rest. Well, the farce has concluded. Chen switched off the visuals from the Darwin incident world. The absurd drama unfolding in a parallel universe resembles a mere interlude. He rose, gazing out at the profound starry sky. The true grand performance has only just begun, as the author embarks on this inaugural narrative of celestial inventory. Unsure of what delights the readers, the decision shall be left to the votes. The next story will feature a protagonist capable of interfering with other realms, leading to collisions across diverse worlds. Should the votes exceed 20, that tale will be penned. Otherwise, the inventory will commence with the three-body problem, primarily inspired by the author's whims. In the realm of the celestial canvas, the cataclysmic display of purple fireworks orchestrated by the Human Alliance has finally drawn to a close. The once pitch-black screen does not rush to illuminate. Chen sits before the control panel, observing the barrage of comments from viewers reminiscing about the explosive ascent of the galaxy, gently shaking his head. The Human Alliance is formidable, powerful in their technology, unwavering rationality, and audacious enough to sacrifice an entire galaxy for ascension. Yet, in this multiverse, another kind of strength exists. It does not rely on computation, transcendent ideals, or even hope. Instead, it is the tenacity to fight relentlessly, even amidst the darkest despair. Chen's voice takes on an unprecedented solemnity, as if reciting an ancient epitaph, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonating in the hearts of all beings across the cosmos. In another parallel universe, humanity has not ascended through machines, nor giants. Even each journey beyond light carries the peril of their souls being devoured by demons. They are besieged by numerous foes, watched by malevolent gods, struggling at the brink of extinction each day. Yet they stand unwavering, for they possess one who truly loves humanity, even willing to burn his own soul for 10,000 years. A deep hum fills the air as the celestial canvas illuminates. This time, there is no rousing industrial march or cacophonous explosions, only a deep, resonant sound akin to the organ echoing from the depths of time. The sound is sacred and tragic, imbued with a metallic essence and the scent of blood and fire, reverberating in every corner of existence. The imagery reveals pure blackness, punctuated by lines of gilded subtitles, accompanied by a magnetic and authoritative male voice, gradually emerging. We must understand. The gods are, in essence, no greater than us. As this declaration resounds, the darkness is suddenly torn asunder. The scene shifts to the War of the Webway, a bizarre battlefield, rife with indescribable horrors in the subspace. The laws of physics collapse here, space twisting like molten wax. Countless grotesque demons, exuding foul stench, surge forth like a tide. Some possess dozens of eyes, others ooze pus, and some wield bloodied axes. To mortals, this is absolute terror, a divinity that cannot be gazed upon. A mere glance could shatter the soul, dissolve reason. Yet, at the center of the tableau stands a man, adorned in simple yet imposing golden power armor, devoid of any divine halo, wielding a colossal sword of flame with pure fire. Confronting the self-proclaimed gods and the unfathomable terrors, he neither recoils nor prays, nor does he invoke any world-shattering spells. He merely swings his sword. With a swish, the golden blade slices through the chaos of subspace. With each stroke, thousands of demons disintegrate in screams of agony. This is not a physical annihilation. It is a conceptual obliteration. Only the weak, he proclaims, will submit to the hollow accolades and power promised by them. The scene transitions, revealing four alluring figures upon the throne of blood, enticing with endless power. The treacherous crystal labyrinth, promising boundless knowledge. The rotting garden of filth, vowing eternal life. And the hedonistic palace of sin, offering ultimate pleasure. Countless weak-willed humans kneel at their feet, bartering their souls, transforming into grotesque abominations, pleading for a mere sliver of meager blessings. Yet the man regards this with disdain. Treading upon the corpses of demons, his gaze pierces through the void, confronting the essence of the malevolent gods. In his eyes, there is no fear, only contempt for those who seek to enslave human souls. As if to declare, "Begone from my galaxy. We share the same blood as our omniscient emperor." He walks among us. The scene softens, shifting from the smoke-laden battlefield to a newly unified sacred terra, a human world in the throes of reconstruction. The golden giant sheaths his weapon. No longer the terrifying war god, he resembles a benevolent father, a sagacious scientist. The land is scarred, radiation dust obscuring the sky. The emperor strides across the parched, cracked wasteland. He removes his gloves, placing those hands, capable of tearing demons apart and creating miracles, gently upon a withered stalk of wheat. A golden glow of psychic energy radiates forth. The radiation is purified, the poisoned soil revitalized. Before the astonished eyes of mortals, that stalk sprouts visibly, bearing ears, transforming into the first verdant emblem of life amidst the wasteland. This is science, yet to mortals, it appears divine. The scene flows on. In a dim underground factory, ignorant workers fearfully bow before a dormant ancient engine, praying for the machine's spirit's forgiveness. The emperor approaches, refraining from chastising their ignorance, instead gently picking up a wrench, pointing to a valve, patiently explaining the principles of fluid mechanics. No need for prayer, my children. His voice radiates with the brilliance of reason, through knowledge. You may command steel. This is the essence of humanity. He has always understood this, and he hopes we will embrace the same belief. Humanity is greater than any creation of the gods. The scene shifts to the Great Crusade. The imagery ascends, revealing the splendor of the so-called Golden Age. Countless warships adorned with the double-headed eagle emblem form an expedition fleet spanning the stars. They traverse the perilous subspace, reclaiming lost human colonies one by one. Upon each ship's deck stands a gene-enhanced being, akin to demigods. They are the man's progeny, humanity's most perfect creations. The wisdom of Gilliman, the perfection of Sanguinius, the resilience of Dorn. They shine like stars. Behind these progenitors are billions of space marines and mortal auxiliary forces. They sing battle hymns, planting humanity's banner in every corner of the galaxy. The aliens tremble, demons retreat. In that moment, humanity genuinely believed they had prevailed, convinced that reason and truth would forever illuminate this celestial expanse. We are the greatest race in the galaxy, and the Emperor is the greatest among us. The imagery freezes at a celebratory victory scene, the great victory of Ullanor. Billions of troops are arrayed, their cheers shattering the heavens. The man stands atop the highest reviewing platform. He does not accept the kneeling of the masses but removes his helmet, revealing a face filled with wisdom, resolve, yet tinged with a trace of human fatigue. He gazes upon the warriors below, upon the children who bled and sacrificed for humanity's future, his eyes brimming with pride and love. He is but a man, and yet you continue to pray to him, paying homage to the Emperor of humanity. Scene 3, present-day Terra. The imagery begins to flicker, transforming into a patchwork of weariness and age. The splendid moments are fleeting, akin to a fragile dream. The scene shifts, no longer bathed in golden sunlight, but rather shrouded in darkness, oppressive and laden with the scent of incense and oil, deep within the palace. Gone are the walking giants, the benevolent father. Only a gaunt figure is bound to a monstrous, grotesque throne of gold. He is no longer human. His former visage is utterly unrecognizable. He has become a desiccated corpse, rotting yet unable to die. Countless tubes are embedded in his body, and each day 1,000 psychics are sacrificed merely to sustain the flicker of his meager life force. He screams, silently, on a level of his very soul, for he battles alone against the encroachment of the four malevolent deities, burning the last remnants of his spirit, transforming into the beacon known as the Star Torch, guiding humanity's vessels through the abyss. It has been 10,000 years. With every passing second, he endures unimaginable torment that mortals cannot fathom. Yet he does not relinquish his grasp, for he knows that should he let go, humanity shall perish. The voice of the submerged rises once more, no longer fervent but imbued with a suffocating sorrow and reverence. Providing the final annotation to this history, this is the tale of that man. He sacrificed everything for humanity, his flesh, his soul, even his dreams. Perhaps in the eyes of certain civilizations, his empire has decayed, become dark, transformed into a monstrous entity that resorts to any means for survival. Yet, the scene pulls back, revealing the last bastion, constructed of flesh and blood, that stands resolute even amidst the tempest of subspace storms. The empire you deem precarious has withstood the trials of time for millennia.